Alright, how's it going? It's finally time to do another one of these. I think it's a really big set, too. So, they reprinted Adamant Will. 2 mana instant, target creature gets +2/+2 and indestructible. I think that was in Dominaria, and I think it was okay. I don't know. Combat tricks are very hit or miss in formats. It's kind of whatever. Angelic Quartermaster. 3 and 2 white for a 3/3 flyer. Pretty good. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures. Okay, that's a pretty good common. 5 mana 3/3 flyer is usually just like fine. Alright. Arm the Cathars. 1 and 2 white. Sorcery. So end of turn, target creature gets +3/+3. Up to 1 other target creature gets +2/+2. And up to 1 other target creature gets +1/+1. And vigilance. Okay. It's like almost like a what is it? Rally the troops or whatever. That's a lot of stats for 3 mana. And vigilance. This is probably a decent, like, pump spell. Bride's Gown. 1 and a white. Equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional +0/+2 and has first strike as long as you have Groom's Finery. 2 mana. Equip 2. I don't think this card is good. Because Groom's Refinery is probably an uncommon, so you're probably never going to get to assemble these. I'm going to say don't take this card. This card's for flavor. This is for your, like, commander deck. I don't know. Yeah, it's flavor. It's not good. By invitation only. 3 and 2 white. Choose a number between 0 and 13. Each player sacrifices that many creatures. This card's insane. Another board wipe that, like, ignores indestructible and hexproof. Or I guess they usually ignore hexproof, but yeah, it just makes you sack them. This is kind of like a Hallowed Burial that, like, puts everything on the bottom of the deck. This card's really good. It's a board wipe. It's probably more for, like, cube or commander. It'll be fine in limited. I like it. Okay, our first Mythic. Cemetery Protector. 2 and 2 white for a 3/4 with flash. Enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Sure. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, make a 1/1 human. Okay. This is like, I don't know. This card isn't that exciting. I mean, it's going to be really good in draft. I don't think it's going to do anything. Like, I don't know. Just makes 1/1s. Meh. I'm not into it. Circle of Confinement. It's a little kinky. 1 and a white for an enchantment. ETB, exile target creature with mana value 3 or less. Okay, so it's kind of like, what was it? Glass Casket. Whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as a card exiled with Circle of Confinement, you gain 2 life. Okay. Yeah, this card's probably pretty good in draft. Dawnheart Geist. 2 mana 1/3. Doesn't fly. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 2 life. Gross. Garbage. Get it out of here. I don't care about gaining life. Estwald Shield Basher. It kind of looks like a door. It probably is a door. 3 and a white for a 4/2 Whenever it attacks, you may pay 1. If you do gain it, it gains indestructible. That's really good for a common. Just a common, give it indestructible. Dang, this is gonna be a beater. Fierce Retribution, 1 and a white, instant. Destroy target attacking creature. Or you can cleave for 6 mana. Destroy target creature. This feels like a black card. Destroy target attacking creature. Man, it just destroys it. It doesn't even deal damage. White's moving up in the world. Fleeting Spirit, 1 and a white for a 3/1. Pay a white. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard against first strike. That seems fine. Actually, that seems kind of hard to activate. 3 cards from your graveyard? That seems like very hefty. Discard a card, exile it, return to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. So it can like protect itself. This card is not as good as Seasoned Hallowblade. Like, you can discard cards. This isn't actually an aggressive card. This is, yeah, this feels like a blocker. Like, you hold it back. You never get in there with it. Because at least the Hallowblade had no fear. It's like, oh, I have cards in hand? Okay, I'll make it indestructible. You probably never activate it. Discard a card. Yeah, it's like a very strange Reanimator support. I'd rather have Hallowblade. There, I said it. Griff Rider. 2 and a white, 2/1 flyer with training. And training, okay, so training, the training card gets bigger if you have something bigger. I forgot this was a mechanic. It's kind of just like, it's not exciting. I mean, it's probably fine. It's just meh. But a 3 mana 2/1 flyer that can get bigger, this is probably a good common. If white aggro is like a thing. Or blue-white flyers even. Griffwing Cavalry, 3 and a white for a 2/2 flyer with training. So it's like the bigger version of the last one. When it attacks, you may pay 1 and a white. If you do, target attacking creature without flying gains flying. Oh. It doesn't just do it. At 4 mana, usually they just do it. You know? You gotta pay 2 now for an uncommon to do it? What's the opposite of power creep? Power slump? I don't know. Power dump? Okay, another mythic. Hallowed Haunting, 2 and 2 white for an enchantment. As long as you control 7 or more enchantments, creatures you control have flying and vigilance. Okay. This card makes me mad, because it's like, it's enchantment support, or like enchantress support, or like curses, and they just printed that Grixis Curse Commander. Can't play this card. Sorry. Don't say power dump. That's what it's called. That's just what that's the official term. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, make a white spirit creature. What? This is like a really good commander card. Unless like, I mean, you could play like SRAM. I don't know how many enchantments you're going to get in limited. Maybe it could be a bomb. Like maybe if you just have a ton of enchantments, but probably not. This feels like a Theros card where like it should be making enchantment creatures. I don't know. I I don't think this card's going to do much in Limited. Seems great in Commander. Pretty cool. Wins games, probably, if you can get it to work. Heron of Hope. 4 mana, 2/3. A lot of 4 mana, 2 power flyers. What's going on? If you'd gain life, you gain that much +1. You gain that much life +1 instead. So you can give it lifelink. This is like that. There's a Pegasus. This is exactly that Pegasus from Theros. I don't know. It's probably... I don't know. You might play one of this card if you're looking for playables. Heron Blessed Geist. 4 and a white. Alright. 5 mana, 3/3 flyer. Common. 4 mana, exile from your graveyard. Make 2 spirit tokens with flying. Activate only if you control an enchantment and only as a sorcery. I think this card's really strong. This is going to be the... it's going to be almost a... what was that zombie from Midnight Hunt? The 3/4? So 3/3 flyer, and if it dies or goes to the graveyard, you can make 2 spirits. If you have an enchantment. I think it's blue-white enchantments is the archetype. Because, like, Disturb, they come back as an aura. So this is probably really good. Hopeful Initiate. 1 mana, 1/2 with training. Remove 2 counters from among creatures you control. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Whew. That's a lot of abilities on a one cost card. I mean, yeah. Seems good. Lantern Flare. 1 and a white for an instant. Oh, it's Cleave for Boros. Lantern Flare deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. Wait. X is equal to the number of creatures you control. Oh, okay. So 2 mana, X is the number of creatures you control. X mana, and it's just X. Okay. I was kind of confused. I was like, wait, where does the X come from normally? But it's in the brackets. I don't know. It's not an exciting rare. I don't know if I would pick it. If it could go face, maybe. Alright. Militia Railers. Oh, Militia Rallier. 2 and a white for a 3/3. 3 mana 3/3s are usually pretty good. Can't attack alone. Whenever it attacks, untap target creature. So give something vigilance. Can't attack alone. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it seems good. Solid common if, like, there's an aggro deck. Nebelgast Beguiler. 5 mana, 2/5. Tap target creature. Huh. Usually big things don't have the tap ability. Usually they're tiny. I think this thing's going to be really annoying. Like, it's just going to hold the door. Because 2/5 probably blocks everything. Nurturing Presence. 1 and a white. Enchantment. Enchanted creature has whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, this creature gets +1/+1. Twin of turn. And then when it enters the battlefield, makes a spirit. Huh. This is probably like the bread and butter. Like, you want as many of these as possible if you're in the blue-white deck. That's what that's the vibe I'm getting. Blue-white flyers and auras. Allenbach Escort. What is Allenbach? Is that a place? 1 mana for a 1/1 with vigilance. Sacrifice it. Target creature you control with a +1 counter gains lifelink and indestructible. Ew. That's so that's so narrow. I mean, I guess it'll be fine if it happens, but oh, you could do training. It's like protects your trainees. I don't know. I don't think it's great. Perish Blade Trainee, 1 and a white for a 1/2 with training. Whenever it dies, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. So I guess white, maybe white-green is also like +1 counter themed. I guess we'll see. But yeah, it looks like white is split between auras and like +1 counters. Piercing Light, 1 white instant, deal 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, scry 1. It's kind of like Magma Spray. Magma Spray, but different. Attacking or blocking. This card's going to be annoying. They're always going to have it. Yeah, if you have 2 toughness in this format, you're trash. So maybe this card is actual garbage. I guess it can be a 3/3, but 3 toughness is probably like the important stat in this set. Resistance Squad, 2 and a white for a 3/2. Trash. 2 toughness. ETB, if you control another human, draw a card. Yeah, this seems really good. Replaces itself. Sanctify. It's artifact or enchantment removal. It's a sideboard card, sure. Yeah, I guess Allenbach is a place. Why have I never heard of it before? Or maybe it's like Allenbach is the vampire hunters? I don't know. So 3 mana 1/2 with training. Whenever it trains, exile up to 1 other target creature from the battlefield or creature card from a graveyard. So you attack with this guy and you get to exile something. If you have a training thing. When it leaves the battlefield, put the cards back. Oh. Okay, you know what this card is? This is a Reanimator card. Because you choose your own stuff from your yard, and then when this dies, the exiled cards come back into play. That's something. Okay, I like this card. Forget exiling your opponent's stuff. Exile your big stuff in your yard. Onto the battlefield. Yeah, I thought it would say, like, maybe put it in their hand or something, but you can put a card from any graveyard onto the battlefield. Sheesh. Maybe this should go in the cube. I'd play this card. It's got some pretty heavy, like, Felden vibes. Like, almost Reanimator. Reanimator adjacent. Sigarda's Imprisonment. Josh has a card art that kind of looks like this. It's like an angel wrapped up in red ribbons. Huh. Why did they imprison her? Is she like is she gonna be a like wedding gift? Is she a decoration now? So 3 mana pacifism. And then you can exile it, make a blood token. seems fine. Rip Sigarda. But wait, she's free, I guess? I don't know. It depends on the order of these two cards. It's like, is this first or is this first? Sigarda Summons. 6 mana, enchantment. Creatures you control with a +1 counter have base power and toughness 4/4, have flying and are angels. Whew. With Olivia distracted, Sigarda tore free from her bindings and summoned her host of herons. Read the card. It does what it do. So yeah, I guess Olivia like captured her for some reason, but she's free now. I don't know. 6 mana enchantment and limited. Actually, if you have this card is actually a pretty good build around, because if you have a board with any number of creatures with +1 counters on them, you just drop this card and now they fly and they're bigger. I think this card is actually really good. Like, you take this and then you just go into the counter deck. Supernatural Rescue. 3 and a white for an aura. There's flash as long as you control a spirit. Okay. When you cast a spell, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. And then enchanted creature gets +1/+2. Man, that's a lot of words. It's like a combat trick. Aura. This is going to blow people out. Or like, you attack with something and then tap down their blockers. You probably have a 1/1 flying spirit. Here we go. The OG Thalia. This card is very good. Just 2 mana, 2/1 first striker. Although, she's probably more of a constructed card. But maybe if you can put some auras on her. She's really good. Traveling Minister. 1 white for a 1/1. Target creature gains +1/+0 until end of turn. You gain 1 life. Trash. Don't draft this card. 1 mana 1/1 that barely does something. I don't think that's where you want to be. Unholy Officiant. Oh, so he's marrying them? I felt like he would be... I feel like if it was Olivia, it would be some popular guy. Or some, like, crazy, like, well-known character. Seems good if there's a life gain theme. Yeah, I guess we'll see if there is or not. Vigilance, and then you can make it bigger. Or slowly make it bigger. This card's probably fine. I would rather play this 1-drop than this 1-drop. Valorous Stance. Is he stabbing a vampire? Or what is that? I can't tell what that smoke monster is. 1 and a white, instant. Choose 1. Target creature gains indestructible. Or destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Wow. What's that card? Is this a Cons reprint? I don't really know Cons cards off the top of my head. What is it? Smite the Monstrous or something? It's just like cheaper and modal. Yep, seems good. It attacks and protects. Alright, Vampire Slayer. I'm surprised we haven't got a card called Vampire Slayer before. As many times as we've been on Innistrad. So 1 and a white for a 2/2. When it deals damage to a vampire, destroy that creature. If there's a lot of vampires in the set, this card's going to be very good. Like a 2-mana 2/2 with upside. Vampire Death Touch. I know, Vampire Slayer, the first one we get, and it's a common. So why... I want to know... I haven't kept up with the story, but like... Are Kaya and Chandra crashing the wedding? Like, is their job to object? Or something? I don't know. I don't know what Kaya... Why it's got to be Kaya. Because they're not ghosts, they're vampires. So I don't know. I guess I could try to read the story. If you guys know, please tell me. Voice of the Blessed. 2 white for a 2/2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on it. Alright, there we go. As long as it has 4 or more +1 counters, it has Flying and Vigilance. As long as it has 10 or more +1 counters, it has Indestructible. Oh, okay. I like these cards. I like these cards that slowly level up and just get crazy. Nobody cares about the story. And it does it itself. Like, it just says you have to gain life. Yeah, rip a Johnny's Pridemate. You do have to pay 2 white, but whatever. I think this card's very good. If you stick this, you're probably going to win. Welcoming Vampire. Aw. 2 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/3 flyer. Whenever one or more creatures, other creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This card seems really good. It's only once per turn, but like, okay, each one of your turns, you're going to play a creature or make a token. This is going to draw you a lot of cards. And it flies. Very good. This card's nuts. Take this card. Do not pass it. White, yeah, white seems, or at least the mono white cards seem pretty decent. It seems very like flyers, auras, and +1 counters. What was it? It was a lot of Gryphs, right? A lot of spirits and Gryphs. Cathars. I guess that makes sense. Alright, so we're moving on to blue. Okay. Alchemist's Retrieval. 1 blue for an instant. Return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. Or you can pay 2 mana and just return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So it's freaking Ghostbusters. It's just Ghostbusters. This card's whatever. You might play it. Or, like, you might play one of it. We've seen it before. Ooh. Here you go, Carl. Here's another Spirit for Modern. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't read it. I love the look of it, though. Look how cool that lady is. That lady ghost. I know, the art is so good. So 1 and 2 blue for a 2/3 with flying. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. You may look at the top card of your library. Once each turn, you may cast a spell from the top of your library if it shares a card type with a card exiled with it. You may cast a spell. Okay, so you can't play lands from the top. It also says once each turn. So, like, if you have flash or, like, instants and sorceries, you gotta play one of the new spirits. Yeah, the art in this set is so good. So good. Like, look at that. I'm very into the, like, lantern aesthetic. I love the, like, old-timey square lanterns. So good. Chill of the Grave. 2 and a blue, instant. Costs 1 less to cast if you have a zombie. Tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card. I think you're gonna play as many of these as you can draft. Like, this is the this is gonna be the, what was that card in Midnight Hunt? It gives -2, -0, and makes a zombie. I think this is gonna be like that. Like, you're just gonna tap things down and be annoying. Cobbled Lancer. I don't like that. It's like a zombie centaur. I don't like that at all. That's my biggest fear. 1 mana for a 3/3. As additional cost to cast it, exile a creature card from your graveyard. What? A 1 mana 3/3? I wonder how I wonder how quick you can put something in the yard to cast this. Like, can you turn 2 Cobbled Lancer? They should have reprinted. I know they didn't, but they should have reprinted Fateless Looting. So you go, okay, turn 1 Faithless Looting, turn 2 Cobbled Lancer. That's still not even that great. I don't know. A 1 mana 3/3 is pretty. It's always like kind of exciting. It's like, how do I make this work? Consuming Tide. 2 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control. Return all non-land permanents not chosen. Oh. What the? It's like a... Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. I think this card seems insane. It's like you both keep your best thing, and then you probably draw a card if they have more things in hand than you. Seems good. Four mana. Huh. Oh, little baby. Cradle of Safety. 1 in a blue. Flash. Enchant creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains hexproof. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Oh, this is just the Nyx Star Cloak or whatever. Nyx Cloak. This was in Theros. Just a combat trick that keeps giving +1/+1. That's whatever. That's fine. Cruel Witness. Now this is the stuff I love. Friggin' body horror. 2 and 2 blue for a 3/3 flyer. And it's a common. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. You may put that in your graveyard. Yeah, this card seems really good. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. I love that art. It's just like a helicopter spotlight, and then there's all these like eyeballs. I almost wish it let you look at anyone's library. That would be cool. But then that would be like a rare. Diver Scob. Is it Scob or Scab? It's probably Scob. If there's 2 A's. 5 mana, 3/5 would exploit. When it exploits a creature, target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. That seems good. It's like the... Instead of a... Because in the last set you had the instant that did that, and it would make a 2/2 zombie, but this is make a 3/5 if you sack a creature. I think this is a good card. Pretty solid. Dreadlight Monstrosity. 4 and 2 blue for a 5/5. Ward 2. It's a crab horror. That's funny. You can pay 3 and 2 blue, and it can't be blocked. Is this the best one of this kind of card that we've seen? Because usually it's like 5 or 6 mana for like a 3-power creature. But this is a 5-power unblockable that has Ward 2. Jeez. This card's going to win games. This card's going to win a lot of games. Calling it now. Alright, Dream Shacklegeist. It's just like shackling people. 3 mana for a 3/1 flyer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose up to 1. Tap a creature. Target creature doesn't untap. Jeez. That's a very strong card. And it's a 3/1 flyer. What the heck? Why are there all these good flyers in this set? Man. There better be a lot of reach cards or like ways to deal with flyers. Fear of Death. 1 and a blue enchantment. Enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Enchanted creature gets -X, -O, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Yeah. I kind of wish I had Flash, but it's probably a fine. It seems like there's going to be a lot of cards that self-mill or mill and care about the graveyard. I think that's one of the big themes in this set. I don't know. I guess worst case, it doesn't do anything. So this is... I don't know. You probably don't want more than one of this in your deck. Geistlight Snare. Ooh, I love that art. I love the guy trapped in the lantern. Heck yes. 2 and a blue. Instant. Costs 1 less to cast if you have a spirit. Costs 1 less to cast if you have an enchantment. So if you're in the blue-white deck, maybe this is 1 mana. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. This card feels like almost constructed playable. Like, almost playable like in Modern or something. But I don't know how often you'll have an enchantment. It's like, I think Spirits play that Lofty Denial card. I don't know. I don't think this is better than Lofty Denial. Almost. It's almost as good. I guess we'll see what people do. Hey, it's our boy. Geralf, Visionary Stitcher. 2 and a blue for a 1/4. Zombies you control have flying. And then you can sacrifice another non-token creature, make an XX blue zombie, where X is the sacrificed creature's toughness. Oh, toughness. That's different. Yeah, give me that crab from Zendikar, so I can have a 17/17 flying zombie. I'm sure MTG Goldfish has already put out that video. It's already been done. He seems cool. 3 mana, 1/4. So he like blocks really well. And then all your zombies fly. What a bomb. Hullbreaker Horror. 7 mana. 7/8 with flash. Can't be countered. Whenever you cast a spell, choose up to 1. Bounce the thing. Oh, return target spell to its owner's hand, or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. What? This card's nuts. What a... It can't be countered and has flash. What's with all the, like, big sea monsters? Is that like a sub-theme? Man, 7/8. I guess your opponent will know when you pass the turn with 7 mana. But, dang, what a card. And then you can start bouncing their stuff, or like... You can counter their spells. Like, get them, like, put them off the stack. That's a really good card. It is 7 mana, but... If this sticks, you're probably going to win. Inspired Idea. 2 and a blue, sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. This would be funny with, like, Hive Mind. Make everyone play without a hand size. You could probably play this once and get away with it and not, like, pay a cost, really. But if you cast this a second time, you're going to start struggling when you can only have 1 card in your hand. And then you can cleave it for 3 and 2 blue to just draw 3 cards. I think it's solid. I don't know if it needed to be a rare, but I like this card. This could go in the cube. I guess it would be more of like a storm card, just to draw cards. Lunar Rejection. 1 and a blue, instant. Return target wolf or werewolf to its owner's hand. Draw a card. I can't really... I can't tell what's going on. It's like there's tentacles or something. Is that a boob? I'm guessing that's a guy vampire, but... Or a guy werewolf, but... Man... Magic's so progressive now. Bounce a thing, draw a card. It's whatever. Not exciting. Now here's a card. I'm going to spec on this card. It's going to be like $50. I can just feel it. 3 and a blue, enchantment. Whenever a non-token zombie enters the battlefield under your control, make a token that's a copy. Oh, like it's narrow, but like zombies are so popular. Every zombie commander deck is going to have this. It's like, oh, cast my Gravecrawler. I have 2 Gravecrawlers now. Cast my Scarab God. I guess that doesn't work because Scarab God's legendary, but this card's so good. I don't know if you would play it in limited, but like Commander, insane. Put it in your zombie deck. Overcharged Amalgam. I like this art. This says like Dark Souls boss that you fight on a rooftop. 2 and 2 blue for a 3/3 flyer with flash. Exploit. Whenever it exploits a creature, counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. Oh. So a 3/3 flyer with flash. And you can counter. You can stifle people. Oh, you're cracking your fetch land? Let me stop you there. Here's a 3/3 flyer. I'm ready to like I love stifle abilities whenever they happen. Cuz like you can stop planeswalker abilities. It's so good. I think this card's super cool. And you don't even really have to be in zombies. Like, just blue-white flyers is enough. Ew. Patchwork Crawler. 1 in a blue for a 1/2. 2 in a blue, exile target creature card from your graveyard. Put a +1 counter on it. It has all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. I don't like this card. If this card said any graveyard, great. Amazing. But you gotta exile your creatures. It's definitely not a Necroplasm. That's for sure. That seems pretty strong. Yeah, the Amalgam. Yeah, I like the Amalgam. I don't like this card. And it's gross. Look at all these fingers. I know. Cut to 10 minutes ago when I said I love body horror. Make up your mind. Repository Scab. 3 in a blue for a 3/3 with exploit. When it exploits a creature, return target answer sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Could be cool. I guess the exploit really depends on how many token makers are in the set. Or like how many expendable cards you, cuz I never played cons. I never played much of the cons format when exploit was a thing. But I assume you want to have a lot of like token makers, so you don't really care about exploiting. But I don't know. We'll see. Seems like a fine common. Scattered Thoughts. 3 in a blue for an instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of those in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. It's kind of a dark bargain, but you don't have to lose life. If the format's slow, this will be really good. If it's not slow, this card's gonna suck. Because you're gonna cast this turn 4 and then die. Oh, look at these little babies. Little eyeball birds with little octopuses. I do like this. Give me anything with tentacles. Screaming Swarm. 5 in a blue for a 4/4. 4/4 flyer. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures, target player mills that many cards. 6 mana is a lot. And then you can put it from your graveyard on top of your library. I feel like this is... It feels slow, but it's still a 4/4 flyer. I don't know. That keeps coming back. I want to say this card is okay. It's a good, like, top end. It's probably pretty nuts and sealed. Just because it's like, it mills in case the games go long, and then, like, it comes back if they remove it. I like the art, though. Selhoff Entomber. What is Selhoff? Again, another Innistrad thing I've never heard of. 1 in a blue for a 1/3. Discard a creature card. Draw a card. It's like almost Merfolk Looter. Discard a creature card. Gross. Like, I guess maybe if there was a Reanimator deck, I would be like, hell yeah, this is what I want to do. Yeah, this card's pretty sus. Like, you might not ever get to... Like, what you're gonna do is you're gonna discard a creature card and then draw a land and then cry. Serpentine Ambush. 1 and a blue for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power and toughness 5/5. There was a card in Ikoria that made things a 4/4 for 2 mana. I don't know how... I guess you can make one of your flyers big. Usually these kinds of effects don't matter that much as a combat trick. I don't know. It's probably not worth playing. Like, they're usually bad. What I want to do is I almost want to play it in Infect, like modern Infect. Like, okay, make my Inkmoth a 5/5 flyer. But it's 2 mana. Like, it's no scale up. But it's almost scale up. It's doing a really good scale up impression. But I feel like the 2 mana, like, if this is 1 blue, absolutely I would play it. But it's 2, so I don't know. It probably isn't going to do anything. Or, like, it's probably unplayable in Infect. Skywarp Scob. 3 and 2 blue for a 2/5 flyer. Jeez. This thing is going to block everything all day. What the heck? When it enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard. That sucks. If you do draw a card. I mean, 5 mana 2/5 that blocks everything. Jeez. Good luck getting through this. Maybe this format will be pretty slow. All combat will just be in the air. Alright, Steelclad Spirit. 1 and a blue for a 3/3 with Defender. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. This card seems cool. This is going to be one of those build around, like, you want as many of these as you can get in, like, the enchantment deck. Man, yeah. Play this turn 2, turn 3, slap a aura on it. Swing with, like, a big dude. Seems good. Stitched Assistant. Ew. He's like a weird Doc-Ock. Oh, he's a zombie. Okay. If he was a living person, that would be more messed up. 2 and a blue for a 3/2. Whenever it exploits a creature, scry 1, then draw a card. Okay. I like that. And exploit is a May. Okay. So you don't have to. It would suck if you did. Exploit would be, like, much worse. Storm Chaser Drake. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 flyer. What's the downside? Whenever it becomes the target of a spell you control, draw a card. What's the downside? What? A 2 mana 2/1 flyer that draws you cards when you target it? Okay. Jeez. Yeah, they're just like, play it in auras, dummy. Put auras on it. Pump it up. That's gonna be a really good uncommon. Absolutely. Oh man, Syncopate's back. God dang it. Syncopate is the most annoying counterspell. Because, like, they only have to make you pay one more mana than you have. It's like, you just can't play on curve. I hate playing around Syncopate. And it exiles it. This is going to be a really good card in this format. Ooh, Siphon Essence. 3 mana, instant. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell. Make a blood token. It's like a more expensive Essence Scatter. 3 mana. 3 mana makes it not as great, but then you make a blood token. So I guess it just depends on how like valuable blood tokens are going to be. But yeah, I'm not big on this card. I don't think it's that playable. Because like Essence Scatter's great because it's only 2 mana. So you can counter their early stuff. But like turn 3, I don't know. I don't like it. Alright. Thirst for Discovery. 2 and a blue. Instant. Draw 3 cards. Then discard 2 unless you discard a basic land. So we got another Thirst card. Seems really good in draft. Because you're probably going to have a basic land. Shoot. Yeah, don't pass this card. If you're in blue or can splash blue, take Thirst for Discovery, please. Don't pass it to me. Alright, Wanderlight Spirit. I wonder what's the pet gonna be on Arena for this set? Because this kind of looks like the pet from the last set. Alright, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 flyer. So many flyers. There's so many flyers in this set. Jeez. You think it's supposed to be a bat? I wish it could be my bat. This little guy above my head. Yeah, let me mod my own arena pets. I wish I knew how. Get that swift cease and desist. Wash Away. 1 blue, instant, counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. Counter target commander for 1 blue. Okay. And then you can cleave it, and it's just counter target spell. Cancel with set mechanic. Yeah, this goes in every blue commander deck. Absolutely. Counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. God dang. It's like someone tries to drop their commander on curve, and you go, nope. Yeah, it's cast from the command zone. It's not from their hand. I think it goes in every blue deck. There's so many free counter spells. That's true. Well, this... I think it's playable. Like, I think you could totally just add it to your commander decks, and it's going to do work. Because worst case, it's just a... It's a cancel. I don't know if you play it... I guess Disturb? It counters Disturb for 1 blue. This is going to be like a sideboard card. I don't know if you main deck it. In draft. Whispering Wizard. 3 and a blue for a 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, make a spirit. With flying, this ability triggers only once each turn. Alright, so we got another, what is it? Mesmerizing Adept? The guy that made birds from Ravnica. We got another, and it's a 3/2. Seems good. I don't know how relevant the once per turn is, but spirits are a cooler tribe than birds. This isn't even close. How's it going, Smuganivia? That is true. It can't block. It's what is the other guy? A 1/5? A 1/4? Once per turn kills every card in the set. Yeah, I can see that. Like, they're too fair. I mean, it's... I would still draft it, though. Although, it might be actual trash with 2 toughness. It just dies to everything. Winged Portent. Portent? 1 and 2 blue, instant. Draw a card for each creature with flying you control. There you go. There's so many flyers. So many flyers. Like, draw 2 cards with this and it's like on curve, I guess. Or like on par. And then you can cleave for 6 mana. Draw a card for each creature you control. This card seems pretty solid. Like, absolutely you're going to have a lot of flyers. I guess it's a bad top deck if, like, you don't have a board, but that's whatever. Witness the Future. 2 and a blue. Is that a knife? This is giving me, like, Cumbage Witch vibes. Sorcery. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put one of those into your hand and the rest on the bottom. I guess it's like Graveyard Hate, and then you can get the best card out of 3, or the top 4. Put the rest on the bottom. I think this card's fine. Yeah. It's not that exciting, but seems cool. Ew. Wretched Throng. Look at that art. It's throwing up a dude, throwing up another dude. Or it's like eating a guy, eating another guy. Gross. 1 and a blue for a 2/1. When it dies, you may search your library for a card named Wretched Throng and reveal it. Oh, okay. So he's supposed to be like a Matryoshka. That's a great mental image. The dream with these cards is like getting a bunch of them in draft. But I never go for that. Thong. Thong in all caps. I'm probably not going to go for this card in draft, but someone will, and I hope they can live the dream of having like 5 of these. The flavor text is, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, again. Cathar recruits last words. Yeah, he's a zombie Matryoshka. Matryoshka? You got 4 Legion Conquistadors back in Ixalan pre-release? Pre-release? What? You got those in sealed? Like, that never happens in draft. Man. That's pretty good. Moving on to the black cards. Aim for the head. Okay. The art is funny, but it looks like the zombie survived. Like, it looks like the zombie's not affected by an arrow in the head. So 2 and a black sorcery, exile a zombie, or target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand. That's my only, like, the card seems fine, but my only complaint is it looks like the zombie's okay. Works every time. Yeah, except when it doesn't. Archghoul of Thraben. Man, I want to be an Archghoul. 2 and a black for a 3/2. Whenever it or another zombie you control dies, look at the top card of your library. If it's a zombie card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put that card into your hand, you may put it into the graveyard. That seems really good. It's like Surveil. I like this card. Your promo was the white-black enchantment land. That card was a bomb. Exile 3 things, and then it flips and you can reanimate them or something. Or you can cast them from exile. That card was such a beating. Bleed Dry. 2 and 2 black, instant. Target creature gets -13/-13. If it would die, exile it. Cool. Yeah, it kills the things dead. It's a good common. Although, I thought it would make blood. Like, every set has a black removal spell that does the mechanic of a set. Like, bake into a pie. Yeah, where's my blood tokens? Blood Fountain. 1 black for an artifact. ETB, make a blood token. Hello? And then you can pay 4 mana, sack Blood Fountain, return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Don't worry, that's coming up. Yeah. Well, so this is like 1 mana for 2 artifacts. Is Affinity still a thing? You're super high on Blood Fountain right now. I want this card to be good. I want to do like a blood counter sacrifice deck. But I don't know if there's enough like what is it? I don't know if there's enough support. I guess we'll see. Stay tuned. Bloodcrazed Socialite. Should I go get my wine glass? Should I, like, be on theme? 1 mana for 2 artifacts, and it's a 1 mana card that gets you a... Yeah, it's like you can loot, or, like, you can make a blood token, and then... It does so much, jeez. Because, like, it makes a blood token, and then it brings back 2 creatures. I might do a draft where I, like, don't pass Blood Fountain and just see what happens. Alright, 3 and a black for a 3/3 with Menace. That seems strong. Enters the battlefield, make a blood token. Whenever it attacks, you may sack a blood token. If you do, it gets +2/+2. So a 5/5 Menace. Jeez. 5/5 Menace if you sack a blood token. I kind of wish they had reprinted Mayhem Devil. Man. My boy. Bring back Mayhem Devil. It's like, sack a blood token. hit your 1 toughness blocker, get in there with 5. So good. Bloodvial Purveyor, 2 and 2 black for a 5/6 flying trample. What's the downside? Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player creates a blood token. Whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token defending player controls. I feel like that line of text doesn't matter. Because they can just sack the blood vials before it triggers. How much does it matter giving your opponent looting artifacts? Or rummaging artifacts? I don't know. 4 mana, 5/6 flying trample? That seems so good. I want to be real high on this card. I want to say this is a bomb. But giving your opponent blood tokens might be very bad. But man. Jeez. 5/6 flying trample. I'm ready to see this card in every game on Arena. Man. It's no Desecration Demon, but in Limited it's definitely killing people. Yeah. If you give something flying and trample, yeah, it'll kill people. Alright, Cemetery Desecrator, 6 mana for a 4/4 with Menace. That's no Grave Titan. Whenever it enters the battlefield or dies, exile another card from a graveyard. When you do, remove X counters from target permanent, where X is the mana value of the exiled card. That could be relevant in something. It's like you got your Dark Depths and you exile a 10 mana thing from your yard and you get a Merit Lage. It's like, how many hoops do you want to jump through for your 2020? Or target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X. This card, like, again, these mythics are just, like, not exciting, but they're fine. I don't think a 6 mana 4/4 with Menace is, like, a bomb. I guess it's, like, enters the battlefield, maybe kill a thing, or when it dies, kill a thing. I think it's a fine card, but I don't think... It's not exciting. Oh, here we go. Courier Bat. Courier? Courier? Courier. I've made that word weird now. Moving on. 2 and a black for a 2/2 flyer. When enters the battlefield, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I like the sound of that. A Windrake with upside. Like, get a whole creature back if you gain life. You know vampires are going to have lifelink. I like Courier Bat. Again, so much flyers in this set. So many flying cards. Like, everything in this set has flying. Demonic Bargain. 2 and a black. Sorcery. Exile the top 13 cards of your library. Then search your library for a card. Put it into your hand. Do not draft this card. Do not play this card in Limited. You will kill yourself. It's not worth it. This is just like... This is like a commander card when you really want to play a bunch of tutors. 13 cards. Like, if it's that many, you're going to exile the card that you want to draw, and you're going to cry. And I'm just going to say, I told you so. Counter argument, play every card you open in limited. Maybe. You play a big deck. Shoot, maybe that is a strat. But I guess you would need some pretty good cards. So you don't just exile your one Haymaker. It is a gamble, though. And I'm all about gambling. Diagraph Scavenger. 3 and a black for a 2/3 zombie bear. Here you go, Joel. With Death Touch. When enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Man. There's a card in the set that will absolutely win the game on its own. I'm guessing we haven't seen it yet. Let me know when we get to it. Yeah, this card seems fine. Gets rid of a card from a graveyard and drains for 2. I will know. I'll know immediately. Doom Dissenter. 1 and a black, 1/1. When it dies, make a 2/2 zombie. Oh yeah, this was in Amonkhet. The most dangerous place to be in Kessig is alone. Womp womp. Yeah, what's this dude doing? What's this old man doing? Don't leave the party. This is going to be really good for exploit. Just exploit this guy. Dread Fugue. 1 black. Target player reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. When mana value 2 or less, that player discards it. Hand attack is usually not great in limited. Or you can pay 3 mana. I don't know. These cards usually aren't great, but like you could play it. At least if you draw it late game, you can just take any card from their hand. It's probably more of a constructed thing. Dread Feast Demon. Okay. 7 mana, 6/6 flyer. No trample. For some reason. The beginning of your end step, sacrifice a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Dread Feast Demon. This card will win games. It is 7 mana. I'm really hoping there's like Reanimate in this set, but like I haven't seen anything yet. Like if this triggers once and you get to swing with 2 6/6s the next turn, you're probably winning the game. Yeah, it seems cool, but it is 7 mana. So that's a little tricky. But yeah, like if there's a reanimate spell, this is what I'm reanimating. Dying to Serve. 2 and a black. Enchantment. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create a tap 2/2 zombie. This ability only triggers once each turn. Man. This card is like... It keeps being one step away from being cool. It's like 3 mana. I wish it was 2 mana. The zombies come in tapped. And it only does it once per turn. Man. I just want to discard my hand and make a bunch of zombies. Yeah, the once each turn, they just kind of slapped it on everything. And they're like, bam. It's balanced. Edgar's Awakening. 3 and 2 black, sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Here we go. I'm looking at you, Dreadfeast Demon. When you discard Edgar's Awakening, you may pay black. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty cool. It's like if you set up the Reanimator thing, but then, I don't know, your opponent mind rots you or whatever, you can like put it back in your hand. Or put the creature you were going to reanimate back. I like this card. I'm going to take this card every time I see it, just so I can play Reanimator. That's all I want to do. Just let me reanimate things in Limited. Falconwrath Forebears. They have 4 bears. 2 and a black for a 3/1. Flying. Falconwrath Forebear can't block. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. Pay a black, sack 2 blood tokens, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. I like this card a lot. This is the card I want to try to make like a standard deck with. Like if you can somehow make a bunch of blood tokens, it's like it's a 3/1 flyer and then you can keep bringing it back. It's like if you have enough blood tokens and like 4 of these in the yard, that's still 8 blood. 8 blood and 4 black mana. This card it's so close to being like really good. I don't know. It depends on the support. If you can make enough blood tokens, then maybe. 4 Falconwrath Forebears holding 4 Forebears blades, looking into 4 mirrors of the Forebears. Exponential bears. They should have made it a bear. Like the first Falconwrath was a bear. A bear vampire. Fell Stinger. Oh man, it's got 2 stingers. Is that a horse? Okay, this card's pretty gory. It's like kills the horse, cuts its leg off. So 2 and a black for a 3/2 with Death Touch. And then when it exploits a creature, target player draws 2 and loses 2. Sign in Blood on a body. Sign in Blood on a Death Touch body. I like this card a lot. This card's very strong. 3 mana 3/2 Death Touch with upside. Yeah, I like that card. Gift of Fangs. 1 black. Enchant creature. Gets +2/+2 as long as it's a vampire. Otherwise it gets -2/-2. Okay. It's dead weight. But if you have like a flying vampire, which you probably will, because there's so many flyers in this set. Yeah, put Gift of Fangs on the Forebear. Now you're talking. I think this is probably going to be a really good common. Deadweight usually is. Gluttonous Guest. This is me with a wine. So 2 and a black for a 1/4. Enters the battlefield, make a blood token. Whenever you sack a blood token, you gain a life. Okay, sure. Makes a blood token. Gains you some life. Blocks. Honestly, it should have flying. So it can block all these flyers. Graph Reaver. 1 and a black for a 3/3. This is like the second or third one we've seen from the set. When it exploits a creature, destroy target planeswalker. At the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 1 damage to you. Okay, so it does have a downside. It's feeling like a lot of these cards just don't anymore. I wish it had Menace. This card's probably for Constructed. This probably isn't going to do much in draft. Like, what are... I guess we'll see the Planeswalkers. I forget which ones are in this set. Is there two? Two or three, probably? Oh, I like this art. Grisly Ritual, 6 mana. Destroy target creature or Planeswalker, create 2 blood tokens. That's still a hefty cost. I wish it was like 5 mana. To destroy a thing, make 2 blood tokens. I'm hoping we get a card called like Vampire Oven, where you can sack a creature and make blood tokens. That's what I'm looking for. Here we go. Groom's Finery. 1 in a black. Equipment. Gives +2/+0. And gets Death Touch if you have the Bridal Gown. Yeah, once again, this is for flavor. This is not good. Like, do not try to do this in draft. I mean, I guess if you get last past these, but don't pick them highly. Headless Rider. 2 in a black for a 3/1. Whenever it or another non-token zombie you control dies, make a zombie. Okay. That seems really good. Like, if you're playing zombies, you just keep making 2/2s forever. Oh, non-token zombies, but... yeah, it seems good. Even if it, like... and it just replaces itself. Hero's Downfall. Oh, no. Is this... this is Odric. Odric resisted the vampire's curse with all his strength, but after a lifetime of fighting monsters, he was doomed to become one himself. I think... I don't know. I think you just go with it. Like, if you become a vampire, you just, like, accept it. You're like, okay. This is how it is now. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. It's an uncommon this time. Wasn't it a rare? Freaking power creep. Yeah, now everything can kill a planeswalker. Planeswalkers aren't special. It was a rare? Okay. Man. Mind Leech Ghoul. That's a little gross. 1 in a black for a 2/2. When it exploits a creature, each opponent exiles a card from their hand. This is like solid deck filler. If you need some 2 mana 2/2s, here you go. Parasitic Grasp. 1 in a black, instant. Deal 3 damage to target human creature, you gain 3 life. Or 3 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature, you gain 3. I like this card a lot. It's like Lightning Helix. Or like Sovereign Bite or whatever. It can't go face. I wish it could go face. Freaking 6 mana life swing. That's probably why it can't go face. Path of Peril. 3 mana. Destroy all creatures with mana value 2 or less. 6 mana. Destroy all creatures. It's a board wipe. So this is the second board wipe in the set. To Olivia's guests, a welcome. To everyone else, a warning. It's a board wipe. And it's a cheap board wipe, too. Like, if they only have tokens and little dudes, 3 mana, just get rid of them. Persistent Specimen. 1 black for a 1/1. And you can pay 3 mana to put it back To bring it from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I feel like we see this card every so often. There was one in like Ravnica. Gutter Bones, I think. Something like that. But yeah. This is like every sacrifice player's dream. It's no reassembling skeleton, though. Nothing ever is. Pointed discussion. 2 and a black. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, then create a blood token. Hello. I like this card. This is a lot like the foreboding fruit that made a food token instead. You did not read the flavor text on the specimen before. The jawbone's connected to the skull bone. The skull bone's connected to the hook thingy. Garl, Stitcher's assistant. It's probably best not to read flavor text nowadays, because it's all cringe. Flavor text used to be cool. But now it's just like, I don't know. It's so hit or miss nowadays. Rot-Tide Gargantua. 5 mana, 5/4 for a zombie kraken. Zombie kraken. When it exploits a creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Okay. So I'm definitely sensing a sea monster sub-theme. Maybe blue-black is like sea monsters. That'd be cool. I'm into it. Skulking Killer. 3 and a black, 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2. If the opponent controls no other creatures. This card sucks. 4 mana, 4/2. Oh, what is the point of this card? This card is absolute trash. Do not play it. What the heck? And it's an uncommon. I mean, I guess it's a vampire, but... Oh. It doesn't even... Like, if it killed it, if it said kill the thing, but it doesn't even do that. It's -2/-2. I am not a fan. Oh, here we go. Here's our boy Soren. The Mirthless. What is... I need to look up what that means. Mirthless. Lacking real amusement and typically expressing irony. So he's just there. He's just hanging out at the wedding. So 4 mana, 4 loyalty. Oh, this little blood petal above the hyphen is like kind of distracting. Like it looks like something, but it's not. Look at the top. So you can +1. Look at the top card of your library. You may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you do, you lose life equal to its mana value. So he's like confidant, liking it. It is 4 mana though. -2. Create a 2/3 black vampire creature token with flying and lifelink. That's kind of insane. You like almost make a vampire Nighthawk. Sign me up. -7. Deals 13 damage to any target. You gain 13 life. Oh. Yeah, I wanna play him in draft and like ult him. Or I want to kill people with his ult. That's the dream. Yeah, I mean, he's not that... He's not that strong or like OP, which is fine. Planeswalkers don't need to be freaking Oko every time. Ooh, Toxrill, the Corrosive. 7 mana for a 7/7. I like this card a lot. I was super excited to see a freaking slug commander. At the beginning of each end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control. Creatures you don't control get -1/-1 for each slime counter on them. Whenever a creature you don't control with a slime counter dies, make a 1/1 slug. And then you can sack a slug to draw a card. Man. It's freaking Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon Studios. This card does so much. It makes 1/1s. It draws cards. It oh, you keep stacking them. It stacks the slime counters. So like you play this, give all your opponent's creatures slime counters, pass, and then on their end step, it does it again. Or like in Commander, it just like keeps shrinking stuff. I like this card a lot. It is 7, but I'd rather like reanimate it or something. I like the slug. Slugs are cool. I think it should have been a snail, but that's whatever. This card is very good. Yeah, it seems so strong, and it does like 4 different things. And it doesn't need to. You could stop the text like at any point and it would still be pretty cool. It's like a weird Elish Norn, yeah. It's like a Elish Norn that starts small and then like slowly increases. I think I designed a card like that once. I think we were making a League of Legends. Yeah, we were making a League of Legends custom set. And I was like, what if there's Elish Norn, but it like keeps like it gives more minus like the longer it's in play. They just stole my idea. Alright, Undead Butler. 1 and a black for a 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. When it dies, you may exile it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Seems fine. Seems solid. Pretty good limited card. I guess all the butlers are zombies. They don't really have humans. Because humans are food. Zombies are the servants. What was it? Loading Ready Run did a pretty funny skit about like a guy talking about how he got a job to cater at the wedding. And his friend was like, so like you're serving the food or he was like, bro, you're gonna get eaten. I wonder if they have it online. I'm not sure if it's like a video. They played it during the pre-release. Alright. Undyne Malice. 1 black. Instant. It's one of turn. Target creature gains. When it dies, bring it to the battlefield tapped. It gets a +1 counter. I never play these cards. Like, I feel like there's always one of these in the set, and I never, like, use it. So I don't know how good they are. I don't ever play them. Unhallowed Phalanx. Here we go. Here's the big boy. 4 and a black for a 1/13. This Phalanx is thick. Enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. So 1 turn. It is 5 mana. This card might be absolutely trash, unless you have Geralf. Geralf? However you say his name. Yeah, like you play that card. Where is he? Where's the boy? And then you sack it and you make a 13/13 flying zombie. That's what I want to do. Man, look at that cake. 13 toughness. I think there's a weird toughness matters sub-theme in this set for some reason. There are a lot of bombs in this set. Yeah. This might be a very strong, like, limited format. There's a lot of powerful cards. There's too many. Vampire's Kiss. 1 and a black. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Create 2 blood tokens. This card is either going to be so good at enabling the blood token deck, or it's going to be absolutely useless. It's one or the other. It's either like you never pass this card or you never pick this card. Wedding Security. 5 mana 4/4. Whenever it attacks, you may sack a blood token. If you do, put a +1 counter on it. And draw a card. Okay. Seems good. Yeah, black seemed pretty strong. Black is like graveyard stuff, like exiling stuff from yards, and then it's got some exploit, and then it's got the blood counters. Only 1 reanimate spell, though. So it's an uncommon. Man. That means you're probably not going to get to reanimate often. Alright. Moving to red. A braid. A braid's back. And it's a common now? I think it was an uncommon. Man. Well, I'm ready for everything I own to die to this card. A braid, yep. I don't know how many artifacts matter. I guess you could kill a blood token. Yeah, 2 mana deal 3 to a creature. Pretty good. Alchemist's Gambit. 1 and 2 red. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage can't be prevented. At the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game. And then you exile it. Well, here's another taking turn spell. Can't wait for blue-red taking turns in standard. This card's pretty trash. Probably don't play it in limited. Ancestral Anger, 1 red. Target creature gains trample and gets +X, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard. Ooh. That seems cool. Like, if you can get a bunch of these. Blue-red is never playing that? Yeah, absolutely. It's like 7 mana, too. Belligerent Guest. What are you doing? You got invited to Olivia Voldaren's wedding, and you're just gonna start breaking stuff? Shame. 2 and a red for a 3/2 with trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. This might be like the enabler for vampires. If you're black-red, I guess. Black-red blood tokens. It's got trample. It's probably getting through. Blood Hypnotist. 2 and a red for a 3/3. It can't block. There seems to be a lot of like 3/3s for 3 that have like a downside. Because there's a white one that like can't attack alone. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more blood tokens, target creature can't block this turn. Oh, this ability only triggers once each turn. Dang. This could have been like the friggin' win the game. Like you attack with your vampires that sacrifice blood. None of your opponent's stuff can block. I do love this art though. This is one of my favorite arts in the set. Like, look at her hair. She's got the double-sided, like, pointy things, and then this giant braid. It's so good. This art is amazing. The card's fine. A 3/3 that makes stuff not be able to block. Blood Petal Celebrant. 1 and a red for a 2/1. It has first strike as long as it's attacking. Okay. When it dies, make a blood token. Seems fine. I guess, do they want black-red to be really aggressive? It's like real aggro. I do like how blood in this set is like blood petals. I think that's a cool like aesthetic. Bloody Betrayal. 2 and a red. Gain control of target creature. Untap it. It gains haste. And then you make a blood token. Sure. I'd play this card. Although, I wish it like sacked the creature and then made the blood counter. Then it would be very good. Alright. Another Mythic. Cemetery Gatekeeper. 1 and a red for a 2/1 with first strike. Enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, deals 2 damage to that player. Huh. These cards are hard to evaluate. It's like the Eidolon of the Great Revel or whatever. Or like, there's a couple of these like Punisher cards. And it's so hard to like tell if they're gonna do anything. But a 2-mana 2/1 first strike is probably playable if you just ignore the bottom text. Chandra, Dressed to Kill? Dressed to Kill. Okay, yeah, the art should never cover up the name of the card. But that's whatever. 3 mana, 3 loyalty. Add a red, deal 1 damage to up to 1 target player or planeswalker. +1, exile the top card of your library. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. Exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem with whenever you cast a red spell. The emblem deals X damage to any target where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Sorry. She seems fine. She doesn't hit creatures. Like normally Chandra's like deal damage to stuff to like creatures, but this one doesn't. I don't know. I don't think she's that great. She's kind of whatever. Yeah. If it's red, you may cast it. So you can't even play lands off the top. I don't know. I don't like her. Ooh, look at this art. Change of Fortune. 3 and a red. Discard your hand. Draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. Oh? That could be cool. I wish it was an instant, but I don't think you're gonna play this card in limited. Because it's not even a Madness set. Like, Madness isn't a thing. If it was, this card would make sense. Like, discard your hand, Madness everything, draw your hand, draw cards back for what you discarded. A creepy puppeteer. So, I'm looking at the art. I can't tell which one of them is a puppet. Is it this one? The art's kind of small. It's hard to tell. Maybe it's this one. I think I see like the joints like on the foot. It's not very clear. But 3 and a red for a 4/3 with haste. Oh, it's a human. I thought it would have been a vampire. Are they at the wedding? Like, are they entertainment? Whenever it attacks, if you attacked with exactly one other creature, you may have that creature's base power and toughness become 4/3. That could be cool. Make a 1/1 spirit a 4/3. Curse of Hospitality. 2 and a red for a curse. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample. That seems good. I actually put together a Lind, the Cheerful Tormentor, because I've always wanted to build a curse commander deck. And so I'm just looking for anything I can put into it. But I found out that she didn't even get a deck. They just put her into the, like, collector boosters and set boosters. So, like, there's not a lot of support for Grixis enchantments. So I'm a little mad about that. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to an enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library until the end of turn. That creature's controller may play that card. Oh. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to an enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. And then the creature's controller can cast it. Okay, so you hit someone, flip over the top card, and then you can steal it. Kind of like the Robber of the Rich. I like this card. I don't know. 3 mana, give your dudes trample. This could maybe be playable in limited. But I might give it a try in Commander. It's a curse. It is pretty good, like, card advantage. Just, like, steal stuff from your opponent. Alright, Daybreak Combatants. 2 and a red for a 2/2 with haste. When enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That's aggressive. Like, and it doesn't even say other. So you could top deck this, and it's a 3 mana 4/2 with haste. That seems strong. If you just draft a bunch of these, you're going to kill your opponents with them. Dominating Vampire. 1 and 2 red for a 3/3. When enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of vampires you control. Untap it, it gains haste. This card's pretty sweet. Just steal a thing if you have enough vampires. I like it. I wanted to draft vampires in Midnight Hunt, but it turned out zombies were the best thing. So I would like to draft vampires in this set. In the festivities, 1 red for a sorcery deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control. That could be pretty good. Like, if they have a bunch of spirits, it just kills them. This card seems fine. Falconwrath Celebrants. 4 and a red for a 4/4 with Menace. When it enters the battlefield, make 2 blood tokens. Okay. That's pretty good. 4/4 Menace and blood tokens. Flame Blessed Bolt. 1 red for an instant. Deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die, exile it. Ooh. This is kind of like, what is it? Pillar of Flame. Also, I don't know if it's ever been mentioned, but like, do the vampires on Innistrad care about sunlight? Like, does sunlight hurt them? Or is it just like silver and holy stuff? I don't know why, but I can't think of anything to do with like the sun killing the vampires. I don't know. It's not important. Frenzied Devils. 4 and a red for a 3/3 with haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +2/+2. So you could like pair this with that what was it? Ancestral Anger. Give it trample. Like the first one would give it +3/+2 and trample. Freaking Honeymoon Hearse. It's got like skulls tied to the back of it. That's pretty funny. So 2 and a red, 5/5, trample. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. It becomes an artifact creature. Huh. Could they not put crew on it? Because crew's not an ability or something? Or like, if crew's not a keyword, it just seems weird that they didn't put, you can tap anything. Like, you could tap 2 0 power dudes. 5/5 with trample. I feel like this card might be pretty strong. A 3 mana 5/5 with trample. Stromkirk Noble looks like it's just chilling, walking around in the daytime. Let me look up Stromkirk Noble. Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of foggy, but maybe the sunlight thing doesn't, or maybe Innistrad, it's never really like bright and sunny. Hungry Ridge Wolf. 1 and a red for a 2/2. As long as you control another wolf or werewolf, it gets +1/+0 and has trample. That's pretty aggressive. 3/2 with trample. Into the Night. 3 and a red. It becomes night. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards +1. That's kind of cool. I was really surprised there wasn't a card in Midnight Hunt that just said like, make it nighttime. It can't become daytime. Cause like, I feel like if you're werewolves, you just want it to stay nighttime. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get an Endless Night card. Maybe that would be too narrow. I don't know. That's probably why we didn't get one. Kessig Flame Breather. 1 and a red for a 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's like, it's kind of a Thermo Alchemist. Kessig Wolf Rider. 1 red for a 1/2 with Menace. 2 and a red. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard and make a 3/2 wolf. A 3/2 Red Wolf. This card seems strong. It's got Menace, but it's also not a wolf. It's not a wolf or a werewolf. It's a human. I don't know. It's probably fine to play. It probably does more work in sealed than, like, draft. Lacerate Flesh. Gross. 4 in a red. Deals 4 damage to target creature. Create a number of blood tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to the creature. Ooh. You kill a 1 toughness with 5 mana. You're probably not going to make a lot of blood tokens with this card. Just saying. Lightning Wolf. It's literally just called Lightning Wolf. 3 in a red for a 4/3, and you can pay 1 in a red. It gets first strike into end of turn. Only as a sorcery. That's not very lightning. Lightning is instant speed, baby. Or, like, give it haste or something. I don't know. This card's got a whatever. Magma Pummeler. X and 2 red. Enters the battlefield with X +1 counters on it. If damage would be dealt to it, prevent the damage or remove a +1 counter. Whenever 1 or more counters are removed from it, deal that much damage to any target. Okay. So, like, make a big guy. Any target. I think this card's really good. It, like, blocks really well, and then every time it loses a counter, you can ping something. I like this card. Maniform Hellkite. 2 and 2 red for a 4/4 flyer. Man, Innistrad has a lot of dragons. Innistrad has more dragons than I expect them to have, you know? Alright. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, make an XX red dragon creature token with flying and haste, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Okay. I mean, it seems fine. I don't know how many non-creature things you're going to be playing in... I don't know. This is probably a bomb in Limited. It's like, you play this, and then you cast... where was it? You cast Lacerate Flesh, kill something, make a 5/5 flying with haste. Okay, yeah, this card's pretty good. This is a pretty good bomb. Markov Retribution. 2 in a red. Choose one or both. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Target vampire you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature. I like that. Good, like, Vampire Matters card. It's a sorcery, but that's kind of whatever. Olivia's Attendants. 6 mana for a 6/6 with Menace. There's a lot of Menace in this set. A lot of cards just have Menace. There hasn't been that many vanilla creatures. Whenever it deals damage, create that many blood tokens. So, like, if it attacks and it gets blocked, or if it attacks, it deals 6 and you make 6 blood tokens. That's crazy. That's a lot of blood. And these are just like the bridesmaids. Glad they're using it more as a keyword. It's a good keyword. Yeah, Menaces, it gets there. It'll get you. This card seems good, but it's also 6 mana. They pulled a GT again. Yeah, whenever it deals damage. Not even to a player. Oh, you attacked into it? Okay, I'll make 6 blood. This card might be a bomb. If this sticks. Sheesh. Alright, Pyre Spawn. I can't comprehend what I'm looking at. Maybe it's like a horse? 6 mana. For a 6/4, when it dies, deal 3 damage to any target. This card's kind of whatever. That's a bomb if you've ever seen one. Yeah. This card, I don't know. Kind of garbage. It's a pack filler. Reckless Impulse. 1 in a red. What is this? Is this a person? And they're like torturing him? Exile the top 2 cards of your library until end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Okay. So it's like light up the stage, but 2 mana. Gross. Rending Flame. This art kind of looks like a free phone background. Or like, if you search like free wallpaper, it just looks like just one of those old digital art things. 2 in a red, instant, deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that permanent is a spirit, it also deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller. Jeez. Well, 3 mana, deal 5 to anything. Or a creature or planeswalker. Jeez. Why is that 3 mana? This effect is usually like 5 mana. Runebound Wolf. All. It's just someone's pet. 1 in a red for a 2/2. You can pay 4 mana, tap it. Deal damage equal to the number of wolves or werewolves you control. I don't think this card is that great. To target opponent, huh? I guess this breaks stalemates. Like if you're red-green werewolves and you somehow can't punch through enough damage. I guess this card will end the game for you. It's a good finisher. Sanguine Statuette. Oh, it's like an ice sculpture, but it's blood. 1 in a red for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, make a blood token. Whenever you sack a blood token, you can animate it, and it becomes a 3/3 artifact creature. Okay. So make a blood token, and then you can attack with it once. Or like it gives you 1 activation on its own. It's something you use on your turn that isn't a spell, so you don't waste mana. That's true, yeah. Like, you have a bunch of wolves, and then you activate it, and then you pass, and then it's nighttime. I dig it. I think this is okay, too. I kind of wish it flew, but 3/3 flyer might be too good. Stensia Uprising. Uh, 2 and 2 red enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 human. Then if you control exactly 13 permanents, you may sacrifice Stensia Uprising. When you do, it deals 7 damage to any target. I bet you there's going to be some bullcrap standard deck where, or historic, where like you just play this and then you play another one. Okay, turn 4, you play this, past the turn, you have 6 permanents. Turn 5, you play a land, play another one of these, make 2 guys, so you go to 10. And then the next turn, play a land, make 2 guys, deal 14 to something. This card could get there. I'm sure there's some like weird combo with it, but like I bet you could just stack these because it's not legendary. And then just dome someone for like 14 damage or more. But yeah, probably don't draft this card. I don't know. Considering the amount of games you end up with 13 lands on the board, the condition has got to be pretty easy. Yeah, also it makes 1/1s. Wait, maybe this card is pretty decent. If nothing else, it just makes 1/1s every turn to block with. You're flooded. You just have 12 lands in play in this thing. Sure Strike. 1 in a red. Target creature gets +3/+0 in first strike. It's a combat trick. It's in every set. Vampire's Vengeance. 2 in a red. Instant. Deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature. Make a blood token. Hell yeah. And this is like... There's a pirate one, right? Like this is... There's a spell that does this, but it's like pirates? Non-pirates? Or maybe it's non-flyers? I don't know. I think this card's pretty great. I'm also back with my fancy wine glass. Can you guys see it? Just because it's Innistrad, Vampire Wedding. Although I'm not drinking blood. That you know of. But yeah, this is like one of my favorite things that I own. It's actually it's actually the same cup that they use in Game of Thrones. It's not the same one, but it's the same. It's made by the same people and it's made the same way. So it's like a copy. But I love it so much. But I don't use it that much because I don't want to break it. I don't want to be in my cups and just drop it. Alright. Apprentice Sharpshooter. 2 in a green. 1/4 with reach. There we go. There's how you stop those flyers. And it has training. Okay. 2/4 reach. It gets bigger. This card's going to be very important if you're not blue or white. Or if you're in green, this card's going to be very important to not dying to stupid flyers. Ascendant Pack Leader. 1 green for a 2/1. When it's battlefield, it enters the battlefield with a +1 counter if you control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater. So it's a 1 mana 3/2. And then whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, put a +1 counter on it. Okay, so it's like... It's kind of like Pelt Collector. It's like the Evolved Frog from Ravnica. The Sharpshooter, yeah. Reach with Evolve. That's kind of what training is. Training feels a lot like Evolve. I love this cup. I love it so much. This is a really strong card. A 1 mana 2/1. Bramble Armor. Didn't Midnight Hunt have Bramble Armor? Like, this is a reprint, yeah? Yeah, it was in Midnight Hunt. They just said put it in both sets. No one will notice. 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. I liked the one from Eldraine because it was 1 mana. I don't know. I don't know how good these are. I probably am not going to draft or mess around with it. Bramble Worm. That's a big worm. Jeez. 6 and a green for a 7/6 with reach and trample. Didn't Bookworm have reach? Like, this is just Bookworm, right? When it's the battlefield, gain 5 life, and then you can exile it from your graveyard to gain 5 life. Oh, man. So it doesn't come back to your library like Bookworm, but you can just gain 10 life. Whew. Joel, please don't put this in your Peasant Cube. Please. I don't want to deal with it. Cartographer's Survey. 3 and a green. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to 2 lands from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. Oh, it's like almost a explosive vegetation, but it can miss. I don't know. This card's probably fine, but it's going to feel really bad when you don't hit a land in the top 7. A Cemetery Prowler. So there's a cycle of cemetery mythics. Oh, it's a flip card? It'll be at the bottom then. They put all the flip cards, like, at the end of everything. So 1 and 2 green for a 3/4 with Vigilance. What's the downside? Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. And then it makes it cost less. Or makes things cost less for what you or exile. Man. Yeah, it's like all these mythics are just like, they're good cards, but they're not exciting. I guess they didn't want them to be rares. But yeah, 3/4 Vigilance. Pretty good. Cloaked Cadet. 4 and a green for a 2/4. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put on one or more humans you control, draw a card. Only once per turn. Man. So many hoops. I don't know about this card. It is a 5 mana. 5 mana card. I kind of wish it was like 4 mana or 3 mana. I don't know. I don't like it at 5. Crawling Infestation. 2 and a green. Enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill 2 cards. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into a graveyard from anywhere during your turn, make a 1/1 insect. Only triggers once per turn. Come on. It's just a 1/1 bug. Why you gotta limit me? Man, I would like this card if it wasn't once per turn. Crushing Canopy comes back. It's a sideboard card. It might be main board with all the goddamn flyers there are. Oh, here we go. Here's my boy. Cultivator Colossus. 7 mana. Trample. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. And then when it enters the battlefield, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. I wanted to set up the scenario where I can, like, stack a bunch of lands on top and then just like eat through them. I like this card a lot. And it's got Trample. And it's a plant beast. What a cool card. Dawnheart Disciple. 1 and a green for a 2/2. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1. Sure. Dig Up. 1 green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal it and put it into your hand. Then shuffle. Or you can pay 4 mana and Demonic Tutor. I like Dig Up. I think Dig Up could be cubable. Or like, this could maybe be a constructed card. Like either you get it grabs a basic land. I kind of wish it said any land. And then it's like, well, sorry, Sylvan Scrying. Oh, they're digging up a little bug. But yeah, I think this card's fine. And limited too. It's like, okay, early you can get a land. Or 4 mana, you can go get any land you want. Because we've all demonic tutored for a land. Let's be real. Flourishing Hunter. 6 mana, 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among other creatures you control. Man. So you curve that 5 mana, 13 toughness dude into this. Gain 13 life. Honey Mammoth. It's like situational Honey Mammoth. Honestly, Honey Mammoth should just be in every set. Glorious Sunrise. 3 and 2 green. I'm honestly surprised the Celestis or whatever wasn't just a big laser beam to like blow up the Markov Manor or Voldaren estate. That would have been cooler, honestly. Alright. 5 mana enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample. Or target land gains, tap, add 3 green. Or draw a card if you control a creature with power 3 or greater. Or you gain 3 life. Man. Even just the 5 mana +1/+1 and trample, that can end games. It's like, oh, you need to cast something bigger? Okay, here's 3 green mana. This is going to be a very good card in draft. And people are going to pass this too. Like, people are not going to be playing green and they just pass it to you. Crazy. Hamlet Vanguard. He's guarding that ham. 2 and a green for a 1/1. Would ward 2. Enters the battlefield with 2 +1 counters for each other non-token human. So, like, you want 1 human to make this worth it. 3 mana, 3/3. Would ward 2. Or you have 2 humans and he's a 5/5. I think this card's okay. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. It's like coming in. You don't want to cast this if you don't have a human. Hiveheart Shaman. Not the bees. 3 and a green for a 3/5. When it attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card that doesn't share a land type with a land you control. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So he's like 5 color. It's like, go get your fixing. So you can pay 6 mana to make a 1/1 insect. Put X plus 1 counters on it, where X is the number of basic lands. Oh. So once per turn, you can... Or I guess not once per turn, but like 6 mana, make a potential 6/6 bug. That's pretty good and limited. It's a mana sink. I wish they had flying. Like, it should make a flyer. It should make a bee. What are you doing? Howling Moon. Are these sheep? Are these... I guess these are sheep. They look weird. Like, they look naked for some reason. 2 and a green. Enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target wolf or werewolf gets +2/+2. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, make a 2/2 wolf. Oh, so it's like... It punishes them for making it daytime. This card's fine. I don't know how playable it is. I guess if you're in werewolves, it's fine. Laid to Rest. 3 and a green. Enchantment. Whenever a human you control dies, draw a card. Oh. Not even non-token. Whenever a human. Okay. Whenever a creature you control with +1 counters on it dies, you gain 2 life. So I saw this card. This card on Twitter was making everyone mad. Because they were like, why isn't it white? This should be a white card. White never gets anything good. Yeah. Man, green has a lot of, like, enchantments. There's a lot of enchantments in this set. So yeah, Laid to Rest. Seems good. Draw a card whenever a human dies. Maybe gain life. Oh, here we go. Massive Might. 1 green, instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. This card, I feel like, is almost playable in Infect. Give your Blighted Agent trample. Not Blighted Agent. Give your Glistener Elf trample. But it's like only good if you put it on the Glistener Elf, because like they can't really block the other stuff. So it's probably not playable. Rip. Moldgraft Millipede. 4 and a green for a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards and put a +1 counter for each creature card in your graveyard. Huh. This card's okay. It can get big. I don't know how many creatures you're going to have in your yard by, like, turn 5. Mulch. Hey, Mulch is back. What a good card. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. Hell yeah. Give me that Mulch. Well, here you go. You mulch, and then your millipede. You can play your millipede on curve, and maybe you have stuff in the yard. Nature's Embrace. 2 and a green. Enchant creature or land. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+2. As long as it's a land, it has add 2 mana of any one color. Put it on your Dryad Arbor. Do both? Nature's Embrace. Huh. A modal land enchantment? That's that's interesting. Packsong Pup. 1 and a green for a 1/1. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another wolf or werewolf, put a +1 counter on Packsong Pup. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. That's pretty cool. This is going to be like the Nessian Beetle. Nessian something. It was that 2-mana beetle from Theros that like gets a +1 counter if you have something that's 4 toughness or 4 power or more. This is going to be one of those. I think this card's going to be very good. Because, like, if they drop it turn 2, it's just going to keep growing. Alright. Reclusive Taxidermist. 1 and a green for a 1/2. It gets +3/+2 as long as there are 4 more creature cards in the graveyard. And then you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. That seems real solid. 2 mana 4/4 late game. And it's a mana dork early. Also, okay, so in our Discord, I posted this card, but I photoshopped like I just googled bad taxidermy and I photoshopped like a messed up face onto this wolf. And no one in the chat noticed. But it was just like a wolf with like a really dumb looking face. And no one said anything. I guess they didn't look too hard at the art, but if I was the art director for this card, I would have said like, make the wolf look dumb. Like they're a taxidermist, but they're not a good taxidermist. Like, I really wanted this wolf to look just like jank. Like, there's so many pictures out there of, like, bad taxidermy. That's what I wanted. But yeah, I like this card. Seems fine. I guess green has kind of got, like, a ramp. Green kind of wants to ramp in this set. Ramp and put stuff in the yard. Retrieve. Ew. Is that a skull? 2 to green. Return up to 1 target creature and up to 1 target non-creature permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Ooh. I like that. This card might be my favorite art in the set. Just because of how absurd it is. So, Rural Recruit. 3 and a green for a 1/1 with training. And when it enters the battlefield, make a 3/1 boar. The freaking pig has a weapon in its mouth. Like, can you imagine these two, like, fighting zombies? And the pig is just, like, hacking away. Honestly, I feel like this card should have been flipped. It should have been a pig that makes the 1/1 human. Friggin' pigs with weapons. Sawblade Slinger. 3 and a green. For a 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, choose up to 1. Destroy target artifact an opponent controls. Or it fights target zombie an opponent controls. I like this card because it's like, it's a throwback to Half-Life 2. Freaking shooting saw blades at zombies. This card's fine. I wish this said like deals damage or like, the fighting doesn't make sense because it's shooting the zombie, but whatever. I like the flavor, or I like the reference. Sheltering Bowels. 2 and a green. Enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+3. Give him that big booty. Snarling Wolf. Did this get reprinted? I don't remember if this was in Midnight Hunt. It's all like mixing together in my mind. It did get reprinted. Also never drafted green. 1 mana, 1/1. You can pay 2 and give it +2/+2 once per turn. Oh, here we go. Speaking of zombie slaying, Spiked Ripsaw. 2 and a green. Equipped creature gets +3/+3. Whenever equipped creature attacks, you may sack a forest. If you do, that creature gains trample. And it has equipped 3. I like this card, or like it would be good if the equip cost wasn't so much. Cause like you're already sacking a forest. Just like do a free equip. Or do like 1 equip. Or like sack a forest, equip. I don't know. Is that a hand crank? I think it is. I think they have to hand crank the chainsaw. Which at that point it's just sawing. Maybe it's more efficient than just like a hacksaw. I don't know. They could have made it Geist powered. They have like fake electricity. Splendid Reclamation. Oh, this is a reprint, right? Yeah, this is a reprint. The other one has like Nissa on it. But I don't think... You probably are not playing this in Limited. It's a sad rare. A rare you don't want to open in Draft. Spore Crawler. That's gross. Oh, I thought it would be a... I thought it was a spider. It's a 2 and a green for a 3/2. When it dies, draw a card. I'd play this. But yeah, I thought it was a spider with like... And it would have reach, I guess. Uh-oh. Sporeback Wolf. Oh, but it's not a wolf fungus? They missed out. Should have been a fungus. 1 and a green for a 2/2. As long as it's your turn, it gets +0/+2. So it's a 2/4. That mushroom trains your guys real good. Oh yeah. It's a 3/2. And you don't care if they block this. Toxic Scorpion. I haven't seen this card. 1 and a green for a 1/1. Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gains Death Touch. Oh, come on. They should have given it Flash. Where's my Ambush Viper? So you could give something else Death Touch? You want that Venom? Collect it yourself. I'm not losing another pair of Dragonhide gloves. Witch's Web. I think you mean Warlock's Web. There's no witches in Magic the Gathering. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and reach, untap it. So it's like almost Spidery Grasp. Then you got Wolf Strike. 2 and a green. For an instant, target creature you control gets +2/+0. If it's night, then deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Seems good. It's a better fight spell. These cards always are a blowout. Because, like, you think they're fighting, but they're not. They're just dealing damage. Okay, cool. So now we're in multicolor, but not double-sided. It's a bite spell. That's a pretty good name for him. Alright. The first multicolor card. Ancient Lumberknot. 2, a black and a green for a 1/4. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. There you go. Now you can live the dream and build the Lumberknot deck in draft. You're going to get that 113 and you're going to be smashing people. I don't really want to live that dream, but someone else can. Oh, Anya. Anya, Maid of Dishonor. 2 a black and a red for a 4/5. Whenever Anya and or one or more other vampires enter the battlefield, make a blood token. Only once per turn? Why? She could have been the blood commander. Sacrifice another creature or a blood token. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So she seems okay. 4 mana, 4/5. And she can like drain life. But I love the art. I love her look. Like, look at the boots. Maybe it's just the short hair. But I love everything that she... Like, the whole mood that she's giving off. Blood Tithe Harvester. Black and a red for a 3/2. When there's a battlefield, make a blood token. Sacrifice it. Target creature gets -X, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. Activate only as a sorcery. I like this card. Make a blood token and then kill something for double X. And you don't even have to sack the blood tokens. Yeah, this is cool. This is definitely like the... What is it? The Signpost card? Signpost uncommon. Alright, another random legendary. Eruth, Tormented Prophet. 1 a blue and a red for a 2/4. If you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead. You may play those cards this turn. Ooh. This card seems really good. Maybe you don't play it like on curve in case you have like bigger stuff in your deck. But like that's such card advantage. It's like you're going to hit your land drops and you're going to play your big stuff. This card's so good. Grolnok, the Omnivore. What's with frogs and like having an arm? It's always the arm. Is it like a... Is it just like a fashion thing? Like frog fashion? I don't know. So 2 a green and a blue for a 3/3. Whenever a frog you control attacks, mill 3 cards. Whenever a permanent card is put into your graveyard from your library, exile it with a croak counter. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards you own in exile with croak counters. This card seems like it's gonna mess you up more than help you, just because it exiles them. Yeah, like it only exiles the permanents, which is fine. Yeah, I don't like this card. I don't really want to risk playing it. Hey, it's everyone's favorite pair that was like only in a Magic story. I think they got cards in Commander Legends, but now they're on 1 card. So Helena and Alina, partners. 2 a red and a green for a 2/3 with first strike and reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1 counters on another target creature you control. where X is their power. That creature gains haste. That seems strong. Player werewolves, give them haste. This is going into a commander deck immediately for you. Why are they smaller now? Yeah. They're smaller together than they are as two separate cards. What commander deck? Is it like... Or like, what's the theme? Also, they don't have partner. They just are partners. Kaya Geist Hunter. 1 a black and a white for 3 loyalty. +1, creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn. Put a +1 counter on up to one target creature token you control. Okay. So give something death touch. I kind of wish it was death touch until your next turn. So you could, like, protect her. -2 until end of turn. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Okay. Make a bunch of blood tokens. And then, -6, exile all cards from all graveyards, then make a spirit with flying for each card exiled this way. That'll win you a game. Tana is shy, +1 counters. Yeah, they seem pretty good for that. Give +1 counters and haste. Heck yeah. It got really dark all of a sudden. I guess it's nighttime now. Markov Purifier. 1 a white and a red. Not a red. The art is red. 1 a white and a black for a 2/3 with lifelink. Lifelink. There's not much stuff in this set that had lifelink. Gaining life might be like a problem. Yeah, it gives haste. When they put counters on things. It's better than you thought it was. I know, that's the best feeling. When you think a card is good, but you haven't even read the entire card. You're like, wait, that does more? At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card. I like it, sure. Can you pay multiple times? Does that work? I like that card. Markov Waltzer. We got our first Boros vampire. 2 a red and a white for a 1/3 flyer with haste. At the beginning of combat, up to 2 target creatures you control get +1/+0. Only once. It makes sense that it's only once, but a man can dream. Four mana 1/3 flyer flying haste. I'm not that into this card. I mean, I guess it's a 2/3 flyer with haste. I don't know. I don't think I would even play this in, like, Vampire Commander. It's pretty lame. Oh, our boy. He's a vampire now. I guess he's at the wedding. I don't know. He could be a vampire and still be a good guy. Like, have you ever seen Blade? The Blade series? One a red and a white for a 3/3. Create X blood tokens where X is the number of abilities from among flying, first strike, double strike. Okay, so for each keyword on a creature, each different keyword you own, make that many blood tokens. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like that card's bad. Like, I don't think it's good. Old Rustine. Rutstein. 1, a black and a green. Legendary creature, human peasant. And he's a 1/4. When he enters the battlefield or at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If a land is milled, create a treasure token. If a creature is milled, make a 1/1 insect. If a non-creature, non-land is milled, make a blood token. Ooh. I'm into it. I mean, I get you could play Jund. Jund blood tokens. None of the Odrix are good, so it fits right in. He's had 3 different cards and they're all bad. Here we go. Here's what it's all about. This whole set. Olivia, Crimson Bride. So 4, a black and a red for a 3/4 flyer with haste. When she attacks, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. It gains, when you don't control a legendary vampire, exile this creature. I want to play with this card so bad. I want to draft this card. I want to reanimate it. And then I want to reanimate something else. And you do it whenever it attacks. Oh, I think this card's so good. But it's 6 mana. Oh, what a bomb. What a bomb. I haven't seen... I need to look up the alternate arts for this. Because I bet they're all amazing. Her freaking veil is geists. Like, this isn't clothing. Those are ghosts. She's like, yeah, I'm wearing ghosts. What about it? Ciguardian Paladin, 2, a green and a white for a 4/4. As long as you've put 1 or more +1 counters on a creature this turn, it has trample and lifelink. Okay. That card's going to be obnoxious. And then you can give a creature with a +1 counter, trample, and lifelink. I don't want to fight against this card. I don't want to deal with it. Maybe I'll just hate draft it whenever I see it. Skull Scob. I like that. Skull Scob. That sounds like a band. 1 and a blue for a 2/2. Whenever a creature you control exploits a non-token creature, make a zombie. That's cool. So it comes in and you can sack something, make a zombie. And it's a real zombie, too. No more decayed garbage. Okay. This guy needs to change his title. Torrens, Fist of the Angels. A 1, a green, and a white for a 2/2 with training. Whenever you cast a creature spell, make a 1/1 human. With training. Oh! He's like a monastery mentor for creatures. Man, this is actually a really good card. Because, like, you're just going to make an army and you're just going to start crushing people. Jeez. Here we go. Our first spidery boy. Vilespawn Spider. Green and a blue for a 2/3 with reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. And then you can pay 4 mana, tap, and sack it. Make a 1/1 insect for each creature card in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. Come on. Why? They keep tacking on, like, all these, like, drawbacks. Dang it. It would be much cooler if this was not sorcery speed. This drawback is fair. I think this card's still really good. Make a bunch of 1/1s late game. Wandering Mind. Ew. It's just a flying brain. This is very Parasite. If you've, like, read that manga or watched that anime. Not the one about the Korean family. I think it's spelled different. Wandering Mind. 1, a blue and a red. For a 2/1 flyer. When Wandering Mind enters the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. Meh. I think this card just baits you into going blue-red, which isn't an archetype in this set. Reminds you of the dog. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The, like, corgi that turned into a monster. That's a pretty good anime / manga. I really like that one. Okay, so that's all the gold cards. All the one-sided gold cards. Alright. Artifacts. There's only a couple, thank goodness. Blood Servitor. 3 mana for a 2/2. ETB, make a blood token. It's, you can play it. If you need playables. Boarded Window. 3 mana, artifact. Creatures attacking you get -1/-0. At the beginning of each end step, if you were dealt 4 or more damage this turn, exile it. I like that. That's pretty cool. It's like the boarded windows only protect you for so long. I don't think this is a good card, but the flavor is 10 out of 10. Ceremonial Knife. 1 mana. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever it deals combat damage, create a blood token. And equip 2. Oh, come on. Make it equip 1, you cowards. But yeah, I guess you would want at least one of those in, like, the vampire deck. Dollhouse of Horrors. 5 mana artifact. Those are some big dolls. Or maybe it's a dollhouse, so they're tiny. Or the house is tiny. 1 tap, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Alright. Already, I don't love that. Create a token that's a copy of it. Except it's a 0/0 construct. And has, this creature gets +1/+1 for each construct you control. It gains haste. I mean, I guess you could, like, maybe it gets there. Because eventually, like, all your dudes are going to be, like, bigger. This card is almost Pack Rat. Man, 5 mana, though. I want to like this card, but I think this card's trash. Honored Heirloom. What? What is that made of? That's some video game looking garbage right there. Card seems really good. Yeah. I want to like this card, but like you have exiling a creature from your graveyard. Maybe it is good. I want it to prove me wrong. Honored Heirloom. 3 mana for an artifact. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Or you can exile a card from a graveyard. Sure. Probably not playing it, though. Or probably not going to draft this card. Comparing it to Pack Rat is rude. It's almost Pack Rat. It makes Pack Rats. Once per turn, though. Investigator's Journal. 2 mana. Does this investigate? I don't think you can have a card called Investigator's Journal that doesn't investigate. Enters the battlefield with a number of suspect counters. Equal to the greatest number of creatures the player controls. And then you can pay 2, tap, remove a counter, draw a card. Oh! It is a clue. Oh! It's a clue that you can keep cracking. And then you can just crack it. Okay, I take back what I said. This card's amazing. It is Investigate. I like this card a lot. Like, at its worst, it's 4 mana, draw a card. You probably don't want to open it as your rare, but, like, I'll draft it. I'll play it. Lantern of the Lost. 1 mana. Is this going to be Soul Guide Lantern? When enters the battlefield, exile a target card from a graveyard. 1, tap it, exile it. Exile all cards from all graveyards and draw a card. Okay. It's different Soul Guide Lantern. Whatever. Wedding Invitation. Oh, the little bat. Whenever I get married, if I ever get married, I'm sending invitations with bats. A bat is going to show up and drop off the RSVP. So 2 mana artifact. Enters the battlefield, draw a card. Oh. You can sack it. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. If it's a vampire, it also gains lifelink. Oh. I like this card. Draws a card. Combat trick. Hell yeah. RSVP at your own risk. Yeah, it's like, are you a guest or are you dinner? The lands. I don't care about the lands. It's like, they're the slow lands. They come in tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. Some cool looking, I like the sketch art. These, like, black and white lands, but I don't like playing with them. They don't read well. Like, you can't really tell what your opponent has from across the table. It's the final stretch. So I think Disturb in this set is creature dies and comes back as an enchantment. I think that's the theme. But I mean, I liked... Disturb was pretty good in Midnight Hunt. Because it's like, you can't, like, 1-for-1 the Disturb creatures. Because they're just going to come back. And some of them come back bigger, which was crazy. Okay. Distracting Geist. 2 and a white for a 2/1. Whenever it attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. And then Clever Distraction. Enchant creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. Okay, so it's like, whatever the front side does, the back side just gives that to creatures. Drogskull Infantry, 1 and a white for a 2/2. So what does it turn into? Oh, it gives +2/+2. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm wondering if, like, auras is, like, viable in this set. It's so risky doing, like, putting auras on stuff, because you're just going to get 2 for 1. But maybe it's not as bad if you're putting auras on disturbed creatures. I don't know. I don't want to do it. Faithbound Judge. Oh, Faithbound Judge. 1, 2 white for a 4/4. Defender Flying Vigilance. Okay. So nothing gets through ever. The R's aren't so bad when they're all attached to automatic 2-for-1s. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's like... Maybe that'll make it, like, playable. It's like, oh, you killed my guy? Just kidding. It comes back as a aura. At the beginning of your upkeep, if it has 2 or fewer judgment counters, put a judgment counter on it. As long as it has 3 or more counters, it can attack. What a bomb. A 4/4 defender with flying and vigilance. So it blocks everything. And then it starts attacking. And it's a Sarah Angel. Alright, what is it? What does the backside do? Center's Judgment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a judgment counter on it. Then if there are 3 or more, enchanted player loses the game. I see. Like, what a bomb. What a freaking bomb. It's like such a good creature, and then late game, it can just win you the game. Okay. Catilda, Dawnheart Martyr. Was Catilda in Midnight Hunt? Oh, she was. Oof. She didn't last long. Oh. Now she's a ghost. So 1 and 2 white. Flying lifelink. Protection from vampires. Power and toughness equal to the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. Okay. So if you have a bunch of auras, flying and lifelink, jeez. She seems good. She was green-white. Yeah, like... Poor Catilda. And then she flips into Catilda's Rising Dawn. And it just gives her same thing to a creature. Man. Disturb might be really strong in this set. Like, oh, you killed my creature? Okay, my next creature is going to be bigger. Kindly Ancestor. Lifelink. 2/3. And then it gives lifelink. Yeah. Panicked Bystander. 1 and a white. Whenever it or another creature you control dies, gain a life. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, transform it. So it's not disturb, it's just transform. Cackling Culprit. So it's a 3/5. Whenever it or another creature dies, you gain a life. And you can pay 1 and a black, and it gains Death Touch. Hold on. So, what flips it if you gain 3 or more life? You could easily flip this, like, turn 3. And then you just have a 3/5 with Death Touch. Jeez. Radiant Grace, 1 white for an enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has Vigilance. When it dies, return Radiant Grace to the battlefield transformed. Attached to target opponent. Okay, so we got another curse. Did Revitalize get reprinted? Not in white. There was, some things give you, 2 life. There was Sanctify. You can Sanctify and gain 3 life. But yeah, no Revitalize. Alright. What's this curse gonna be? Radiant Restraints. Creatures enchanted player controls enter the battlefield tapped. Woof. That effect is so good. It's like they just can't block ever. Twinblade Geist. 1 and a white for a 1/1 with double strike. Let me guess. It gives something double strike? Ooh. Yeah, it does. Wedding announcement. Oh. So you have the announcement and then you have the invitation? Is that the order? Pretty good with auras. So 2 and a white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on it. If you attacked with 2 or more creatures this turn, draw a card. Otherwise, make a 1/1 human. Then if it has 3 or more invitation counters, transform it. That's a lot. This is a card I wouldn't draft because it has too many words. Wedding Festivity. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay. So it's like an aggro card? It's like an anthem, eventually. Huh. I would like it better if it was a 1-drop, and then 3 turns later it's an anthem. Man, I want to go to a crazy vampire wedding. Do you know how nice that place would be? Alright, Binding Geist. 2 and a blue. Whenever it attacks, target a creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0. Oh, and it's a 3/1? So it's probably dying pretty quick. And then it does the same on the back. Biolume Egg. Is that an eel? It kind of looks like an eel. Serpent Egg. It's an 0/4 with Defender for 3 mana. When enters the battlefield, scry 2. When you sacrifice it, return to the battlefield transformed. So you exploit this bad boy. I like that. I like that there's more cards that like want you to sack them. And then it becomes Biolume Serpent. It's a 4/4. And you can sack 2 islands to give it unblockable. This will close out a game. Like if you're mono blue, I guess. Or like heavy blue. Gutter Skulker. That's me. 3 and a blue for a 3/3. Can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. Dang, so you just attack for 3 and they can't block it. Then it gives that to a creature. Man, I would like this if the Disturb was cheaper. Like, all the time I'm just thinking of, like, is this good in Modern Infect? And it never is. Jacob Hawken? Wasn't that the last name of the sheriff in Stranger Things? Or Hawkins was the city or something? Yeah, Jacob Hawken. That's just a real dude. He's just a normal person. He probably works at Wizards. Inspector Jacob Hawken. 1 and a blue for an 0/2. You can tap him, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand face down. Then you can pay 6 mana, and you transform him. Oh, he quits being a dude. He becomes an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at it for as long as it remains exiled. And then once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana cost. I think Jacob Hawken is really good. Or at least if you flip him. I guess you do have to pay 6 mana to flip him. But, like, just put something big on him. Or, like, exile a big card. Also, my last name is Jacobs. And I've been called Jacob almost as much as I've been called Spencer. It's my curse. Lantern Bearer. Aw, it's like balloons. He's just handing out lanterns. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer. I like 1 mana, 1/1 flyers. And it gives flying. And +1/+1. Looks like what's the green blue elf guy? It starts with an O, right? The green blue elf guy. Why can't I think of these cards? But yeah, the green blue elf guy got another toy. Mirror Hall Mimic. 3 and a blue. It's a shapeshifter. Except it's a spirit. And then, what does Disturb do? At the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy of an enchanted creature. It's Progenitor Mimic. Progenitor Mimic's back, baby. Oh, not Azuri. It's the guy where whenever you deal combat damage to a person, you draw a card. It's like 3 mana. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to an opponent, you draw a card. I can only think of Odric, and that's not it. Edric. That's why. Odric and Edric are the same word. Yeah, Edric got a new toy. I like this card a lot. Freaking Progenitor Mimic for 5 mana. Or blue mana. Mischievous Catgeist. 1 and a blue for a 1/1. Whenever it deals combat damage, draw a card. And then Cat-like Curiosity. And it's just Curiosity. Although Curiosity might just be damage. But yeah, if this deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Sweet. I love it. Ew. Another artifact. Soul Cipher board, 1 and a blue. Enters the battlefield with 3 omen counters. You pay 1 and a blue, tap it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put 1 into your graveyard. Okay. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, remove an omen counter. Then if it has no omen counters on it, transform it. Jeez. Like, this is so much text. I don't like cards like this. Keep it short and sweet, please. Cipherbound Spirit. 3/2 flyer. Can only block creatures with flying. And then you can draw 2 and discard a card. Okay, this card might actually be pretty decent. Like, if you mill enough creatures or, like, discard enough creatures. I think it is actually a decent card. Because then it becomes a 3/2 flyer. It's almost Delver of Secrets. Wait, Delver of Secrets was in Midnight Hunt. So you could turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Soul Cipher board. Turn 3, maybe you flip Delver. If you play the I think they're making booster boxes that have both sets together. It's a double feature booster box. Bloodsworn Squire. Sorry. I'm just slurring my words. 3 and a black for a 3/3. Discard a card. Against Indestructible. Tap it. Then if there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, transform it. This is that meme. This is just that meme of the guy, like, holding the sword up to the person. Bloodsworn Knight. So it's like, here's a sword, and then it's like, okay, now you're knighted. Gotcha. Power toughness so you can tell the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And then 1 and a black, discard a card, gains Indestructible, tap it. Okay. This card's fine until they hit you with those, exile your whole graveyard. I think the front half is fine. I think you just pray that it never flips. Catapult Fodder. 2 and a black. Oh, Jesper Icing. I feel like his art doesn't really fit in Innistrad. Because he had a card in Shadows. It was like a zombie that could get like +1/-1. And it just was so different from everything else in the set. I like his art. He does a lot of good cards, but like I just think his art doesn't fit with Innistrad. Your favorite comedic art of the set? There's probably not a lot of those. Alright, so 3 mana zombie. That's a 1/5. That's a big booty. At the beginning of combat in your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power, transform the catapult. Okay, so another uncommon toughness matters. Gotcha. Catapult Captain. You can pay 3 and tap it. Sack another creature. Target opponent loses life equal to the sacked creature's toughness. Oh. So yeah, you can make someone lose 13 life. If you have the magical Christmas board of this, something else, and then that 1/13. Okay, you curve this into the lumber knot, and then you curve the lumber knot into the 1 power, 13 toughness guy. And then turn 6, you attack for, I don't know. This will be a 6 power. Lumberknot's like 4. And you're dealing 13 with the guy. And then you just chuck the 13 toughness. Concealing Curtains. 1 black for an 0/4. It's a rare. Defender. Transform it. Activate only as a sorcery. So, a 3/4 with Menace. When it transforms, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, they discard. And then draw a card. Ew. So, like, you're doing the Vendilion Click thing, but only as a sorcery? Get out of here. If you're going to make me jump through all these hoops, like, make this instant speed. Come on. Why is it only as a sorcery? I guess they don't want you to attack. No, because you can't. It's a defender. I don't know. Alright. Desperate Farmer. 2 and a black for a 2/2 with lifelink. There's your lifelink. When another creature you control dies, transform it. So this could flip easily. They specifically don't want it to be click, but I do. What about what I want? Don't my wants matter to wizards? Okay, so if something dies, it flips, and then it's a 4/3 with lifelink. This card's gonna be pretty good. It's like easy to flip, and then it's a 4/3. How close are we? We're like halfway. Okay. Alright, here's another legendary. Henrika Domnathi. 2 and 2 black for a 1/3 flyer. Ugh, so many words. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Each player sacks a creature. You draw a card and lose 1 life. Transform Henrika. Oh. It's like almost Rankle. Or like it wants to be Rankle so badly. And then it's a 3/4 Flying Death Touch lifelink. Okay. And then each creature you control with Flying Death Touch and or lifelink gets +1/+0. Okay, it's not Rankle, but I still think it's really good. If you flip this thing, it's just a 4/4 Flying Death Touch lifelink. That's pretty good. I don't know who Henrika is. Is she's new, right? Like a new character. Innocent Traveler. 2 and 2 black for a 1/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If no one does, transform it. Oh, this is the old school vampire thing of like having to be invited. And then it flips into a 3/3 Malicious Invader. 3/3 flyer gets +2/+0 as long as an opponent controls a human. Ooh. That card might be really strong. It is 4 mana. But like, it's almost Braids, right? It's almost better like Braids. It's different Braids. I won't say it's better Braids. Like a 5/3 flyer if they have a human. Alright, here we go. This card's for me. Ragged Recluse. 1 and a black for a 2/1. Beginning of your end step, if you discarded a card this turn, transform it. And then bam. Odious Witch. This is actually me. This is what I'm about. Whenever it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It's a 3/3. What was the other side? 2 mana, 2/1. And if you discarded a card, it becomes a 3/3. That's not hard to do at all. I don't know how good this card is, but it's a common. Restless Bloodseeker. 1 and a black for a 1/3. Beginning of your end step, if you gain life, make a blood token. Sweet. Sack 2 blood tokens, transform it. Dang, he's a party crasher. He's like stealing all the decoration blood. That ain't cool. Alright, at the beginning of your end step, if you gain life, make a blood token. Okay. And then each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2. I think this card's going to be really good. Like, yeah, it's inevitability. Repeatable, like, drain life is always pretty decent and limited. And he makes blood tokens. You just have to sack 2 blood tokens. So you... I'm trying to think how fast you could flip him. You could probably flip him, like, crazy quick. He doesn't fly, though. So he's just a 3/3. So maybe it doesn't matter if he transforms early. Okay. Voldaren Bloodcaster. 1 and a black for a 2/1 flyer. What's the downside? Whenever it or another non-token creature dies, make a blood token. Okay. Whenever you create a blood token, if you control 5 or more, transform it. Okay. And then you got Bloodbat Summoner. Flying 3/3. Beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target blood token becomes a 2/2 bat with flying and haste. Okay. So this card is very good. A 2/1 flyer. It makes blood counters whenever anything dies. Non-token. And then it flips and then turns your blood tokens into bats. This card's nuts. I will first pick this card all day. And then just go into the blood deck. I probably, when I draft this deck, this set, I'll probably force the blood deck, like, every single time. That's all I want to do. Alluring Suitor. 2 and a red for a 2/3. When you attack with exactly 2 creatures, transform it. What's he turn into? Deadly Dancer. Trample and a 3/3. When this card transforms, add 2 red. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana. And you can pay 2 red, and it and another target creature get +1/+0. Does it have haste? It does not have haste. Okay, but you could... It attacks as a 4/3 trample. That's pretty good. Here we go, our first werewolf. I guess all the rest of the flip cards are probably going to be werewolves, but... Ballista Watcher. 2 and 2 red for a 4/3. You can pay 3 and tap it to deal 1 damage to any target. And then the backside... Oh, that's funny. It's holding the ballista like a crossbow. Deals 1 damage to any target. A creature dealt damage this way can't block. That's pretty dope. It doesn't even have to attack. I mean, tap. So it's like, okay, flip it. Make your thing can't block. Swing for 5. Seems good. Fearful Villager. 2 and a red for a 2/3. Wait, why is he scared? He's a werewolf. So 2/3 menace. What does he turn into? Fearsome werewolf. Oh, it's just a 4/3 with menace. Ill-tempered loner. He kind of looks like the Aquaman guy. 2 and 2 red for a 3/3. Whenever it's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target. What was that card? Was it Boros Reckoner? From like RTR? Man, so you don't want to like block this thing or like have it block your dude. It's you. Do you look like the ill-tempered loner? And then 1 in a red, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. What's the backside? Whenever a permanent you control is dealt damage, Howpack Avenger deals that much damage to any target. Holy crap. Okay, so you just Blasphemous Act. Play this, flip it, Blasphemous Act, win the game. That's what I want to do. Too bad they didn't reprint Blasphemous Act. Lamholt Raconteur? Raconteur. What is that word? What does that word mean? Recanter? Raconteur. Okay. I've never seen that word before. Oh, the name. Ill-tempered loner. Alright, Raconteur. 3 and a red for a 2/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So it's like spell slinging. I don't know if like spell slinging is like really an archetype in this format. It might be a trap. But I guess you could play like combat spells, combat tricks, and it's like it gives you a little extra damage. Alright, Volatile Arsonist, 3 and 2 red for a 4/4. Menace and haste. Jeez. Red loves their 4/4 haste creatures for 5 mana. There's so many. Whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to each of up to 1 target creature, player, and planeswalker. Excuse me? You can just hit 3 things immediately. And it has menace. What the heck? This card's so strong. It's just, like, good. And then it deals 2 damage to each of up to 2 target. 2 damage to a creature, player, and planeswalker. Dang. I'm gonna die to this card. I can feel it. It's gonna be like, okay, kill one of your blockers, shoot your planeswalker, hit you for 7. Voltaic Visionary, 1 and a red for a 3/1. Tap it, deals 2 damage to you. What? Exile the top card of your library, you may play it. When you play a card exiled with it, transform it. I don't like taking 2 damage. And then can't block. So it just becomes a 4/3? Ew. I don't think I'm going to play this card. I think this card is bad. It should at least be a 1/3 so it can block. Or so it doesn't die to everything. It's a freaking 3/1. You're never flipping this card. Weary Prisoner. 3 and a red for a 2/6 defender. Holy crap. That blocks everything. And then it flips into a 6/6 that attacks each combat. Man. Get you a werewolf that does both. A 2/6. In the last set, there was a 2/5 that blocked everything. And it didn't even have defender. Okay, here we go. This is the most garbage card I have... This... Not garbage, but like bullcrap. What? Exactly. Why does it have hexproof? So 6 mana, 4/4, hexproof. At the beginning of combat, you may put 2+1 counters on another target creature you control. So it's like, okay, you have this 4/4 that I can't target, and it's just making everything bigger? Okay. And then it flips. Hexproof, other permanents you control have hexproof. What? At the beginning of combat on your turn, put 2+1 counters on each creature you control. If you play this card and you get to attack at nighttime, like if you play this card and then somehow make it nighttime and get to attack, you're gonna win. Absolutely. Like, why does it have hexproof? Just so you can ensure that you get to flip it and win the game? This card, yeah. You weren't kidding earlier. Like, this is the most just busted bomb I have ever seen. It will win you the game. Like, yeah, that 1% of the time, maybe you're pretty far behind and you drop this and you don't win. What were they? Who made this card? I want to have a chat with them. You want this as your promo? Me too. I'll splash it. I'll play red-black, and I'll splash for this card. Man. I know. Like, they could have given it ward. Other things in the set have ward. But they're like, no. It must have hexproof. And then give everything else hexproof. Normally, that's fine. Normally, cards that say other permanents have hexproof don't have hexproof. But this one just always has hexproof. I don't know. It's a mythic. It can't hurt me. I'm never going to see it in the wild. You're going to put this one in your commander deck too? Why not? It's hexproof. It's going to be so hard to deal with this card. Oh my god. I should just stop the... I should stop the set review there. There's no point in looking at the other cards. Man. The weird part is it's probably not going to be good in like standard or like constructed. It's definitely just limited bomb and commander. But whatever. Dormant Grove. 3 and a green for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Then, if that creature has toughness 6 or greater, transform it. Okay. The other thing is the rest of your creatures don't matter at all. Yeah, you can play garbage. You can have a bunch of 1/1s. They're going to be 3/3s. Oh, it's so good. I'm honestly surprised it doesn't also make wolves and then pump up the wolves. Like, like if it also just made 2/2 wolves, why not? Let's make it even better. Two wolves with hexproof. How did that? I bet you they didn't play test the card. It's like they made it and it just slipped through R&D. Okay, so Gnarled Grove Strider, 3/6 with Vigilance. Other creatures have Vigilance. Man, I'd pick this card. A thing that makes your guys bigger, and then eventually everything has Vigilance. Seems good. Wombo combo with a Avabruck Caretaker. Hook Hand Mariner. 3 and a green for a 4/4. And then it turns into a 6/4 that can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. A freaking werewolf with a hook hand. Howpack Piper. 3 and a green for a 2/2. Can't be countered. And then you can pay 2 and tap it and put a creature card from your hand into the battlefield. If it's a wolf or werewolf, untap it. Activate only as a sorcery. I really like this card. Like, you could... I'll look at the back in a second. But it's like you could play this turn 4, and then turn 5, slap down, I don't know, 2 werewolves, pass the turn, and then it's nighttime. This card seems really good if you're doing werewolf stuff. And then it becomes Wild Song Howler. 4/4. When it enters the battlefield or transforms, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. Okay, so yeah. Once it flips, you can, like, get more gas to put into play. This card seems really good. If it survives, if you get to activate it, or you're not even playing werewolves and you just cheat in, like, cheat in some giant thing. Turn 4, that turn 5 slams down Avabruck plus another wolf. Exactly. And then it's nighttime immediately. Ooh. You just need a rare and a mythic. So good. Alright, Infestation Expert. That was me. That was my job. I raised bugs for like 4 years. 4 and a green for a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, make a 1/1 bug. Yeah, that was me. That was my job. And then it becomes Infested Werewolf. Did it eat the bugs? Are the bugs like... Is it barking and the bugs are coming out? Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, create 2 1/1 bugs. This card seems really strong. Like, just make a bunch of tokens you can exploit. Or just get in there with. Or block, yeah. It's like swing with a 3/4 or a 4/5 and make a bunch of 1/1s. The flavor text. It's so cringe. There's only so many times she can take being asked. What's bugging you? She just gets so mad she transforms and barks bees at him. Oakshade Stalker. 2 and a green for a 3/3. You may cast a spell as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. And then it's a 6/3. Oh, so you could flash in a 5 mana 6/3 if it's nighttime. Uvenwald Oddity. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a rare. Okay. I get scared whenever I see a green mythic. 2 and 2 green for a 4/4 with trample and haste. Okay. Okay, questing beast. Then you can pay 7 to transform it. And then it's an 8/8, trample haste. Other creatures you control have +1/+1, trample and haste. Okay. I'm preparing myself to lose to this card. It's just, people are just going to play it and I'm going to lose to it. And that's just how it is. That's the way. It's missing like 100 lines of text to be questing beast. That's so true. Every time you read questing beast, it does something new that you didn't know it did. Every single time you read it, it's going to be something new. A Weaver of Blossoms. 2 and a green for a 2/3, and it adds 1 mana of any color. Okay. And it's a 3/4 and adds 2 mana. Okay. It's a decent common. Yeah, it seems like green really wants to ramp in this format. Wolfkin Outcast. 5 and a green for a 5/4. Costs 2 less to cast if you control a wolf. Okay, so it's a 4 mana 5/4. Probably. And then whenever it or another wolf enters the battle or dies, you draw a card. Okay. Yeah, that's a solid uncommon. 4 mana 5/4 probably. And if it's nighttime, you draw cards if any of your stuff dies. Brine Comber? Like combing your hair? Brine Comber? 1, a white, and a blue for a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield or becomes the target of an aura spell, create a 1/1 spirit. Okay, so this is the signpost. You're gonna be white blue spirits. This is the payoff. Ooh, look at that crown. And it just gives something that same effect. Seems good. Child of the Pack. 2, a green, and a red for a 2/5. And then you can pay 4 mana and make a wolf. And wow, it's not even once per turn. So, like, eventually you could make 2 wolves if you have the mana. Or, like, yeah, you could spend your mana on your turn, pass, it becomes nighttime. Turns into a 5/5. 5/5 with trample, and then other creatures get +1/+0. Yeah. Pretty good. Oh, dang, we're at the end. There's only 4 more. Dorothea, Vengeful Victim. White and a blue. It's kind of weird that the spirit disturbs, or like you disturb the spirit. It's like before, it's like a living thing dies and disturbs and comes back as a spirit, but it's like spirits coming back is like something else. It just adds like another step. So a white and a blue for a 4/4 flyer. And whenever it attacks or blocks, sack it. Ooh, a 4/4 flyer. It just gets in there, deals 4 damage. And then enchant creature. Whenever this creature attacks, create a 4/4 spirit with flying that's tapped and attacking. Okay, so it does the Geist of Saint Traft thing. Man. Jeez. Yeah, this card's going to be really good. Now, looking at bad cards, Edgar, Charmed Groom. 2, a white and a black for a 4/4. Other vampires get +1/+1. When he dies, return to the battlefield tapped or transformed. And he turns into Edgar's Coffin. Beginning of your upkeep, make a 1/1 black and white vampire with lifelink and put a bloodline counter on this card. Then if there are 3 or more bloodline counters, remove those counters and transform it. I don't know. Like, compared to the Commander Edgar, this one's just so, like, sidekick. Like, just, like, to be the freaking progenitor of all vampires. And it's like, oh, you're just a lord. A lord that comes back. I don't know. The card's fine, but it's not, like... It's not exciting. I was kind of hoping Edgar and Olivia would have partner. So, like, you could play a commander deck with both of them. Honestly, if someone wanted to do that, I would just let them. I'd be like, sure. I'd rather them play that than play Edgar. the Mardu Edgar. Alright. We finally get a Stromkirk card. After what? 10 years? Runo Stromkirk. 1, a blue and a black for a 1/4 flyer. When enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card. You may reveal it. If it's a creature card with mana value 6 or greater, flip or transform Runo. Crothus, Lord of the Deep. 3/5 flyer. He don't look like he flies. Whenever he attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. If that creature is a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2 of those tokens instead. Okay, so it's like he's basically Cthulhu. Or like he's like an old god from the sea kind of thing. I dig it. It's like put a big thing on top, flip him, play the big thing, copy the big thing whenever it attacks. Create a top copy of another target attacking creature. Yeah, I like this card. And he brings back your like big stuff if your big stuff dies. Alright, last card. Foreboding Statue. 3 mana artifact. Oh, it's a creature. Okay, 3 mana 1/2. Add 1 mana of any color. Put an omen counter on the statue. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 3 or more omen counters, untap it, then transform it. Oh, and it's a 5/5. Forsaken Thresher. 5/5. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add 1 mana of any color. Whew. This card's gonna kick some butts. I can feel it. It's like it's a mana rock. I guess it's a creature and it doesn't have haste. But like it turns into a 5/5. I think this card's fine. I think it's playable. But yeah, that's That's Crimson Vow. We did it. We got through 280 cards. It really felt like enchantment was... Like, there's a ton of enchantments. Like, enchantments are, like, the biggest archetype. Yeah, just put auras on stuff. There's, like, some life gain, but not a lot. There's toughness matters, but also not a lot. There's exploit. There's blood counters. Yeah, it seems like there's archetypes that are way more supported than others. I don't know. I don't like the set as much as Midnight Hunt. Midnight Hunt seemed like way cooler. But I do love the art. The art for this set is insane. I'm all about like Victorian vampires. Oh, and then the pig. The pig with the weapon. I want to play mat of that. Yeah. I think vampires is probably what I'll try to draft. Or I would like to draft or like have at pre-release. And I definitely plan to lose every game I play against Avabruck Caretaker. Oh, this card.